Majestic but inhospitable, deserts have always fascinated humanity. However, we don't know them well, and even though they evoke solitude and the edges of our world, it seems that the mark of mankind is made on them a little more each passing day. In South America, the Atacama Desert is the most arid desert on the planet. In some places, no drop of water has fallen for 500 years. In these extreme conditions, life is limited to a strict minimum and is organized around the small amount of water available. But this hostile desert is amazingly rich in minerals, and nowadays it is attracting mankind. The mining industry and the large coastal cities have seized the precious water resources. Small communities and fragile ecosystems are the first to feel the effects. To confront this menace, scientists are mobilizing to understand water, to manage this resource, and to save the last oases. From the smallest form of life to the largest industries, everyone now finds themselves racing for water. The forested expanses of the Amazon are often the first images that come to mind when South America is evoked. However, upon this green continent, there exists a touch with the color of sand, caught between the Cordillera of the Andes and the Pacific Ocean. The Atacama Desert stretches along all the north of Chile, spilling into Peru, Bolivia, and Argentina. Although it's not the largest or the hottest desert, the Atacama Desert is considered to be the driest on the planet.
The Atacama Desert is a unique desert. It's hyper-arid. It's a desert where it doesn't rain.
In the Atacama Desert, there is no life, no vegetation, and, as a consequence, no animal life. This is the difference between it and the Sahara, where there are animals, beetles, mice, flies. In the Atacama Desert, there's nothing. This is an absolute desert, a true desert.
In the central zone, which is the driest, it never rains. This aridity has a very visible consequence. The Atacama Desert has the weakest biological activity of anywhere on the planet. Without rain, without humidity in the air or soil, it is the most hostile place for life. The central zone of the Atacama Desert is a stretch of rock and dust where nothing ever happens. Extremely dried out, Atacama has crossed the ages like this for millions of years. But on the edges of this desert can be found places more fit for life. The Atacama is bordered in the west by the Pacific coast, where several big cities can be found. In the east, it rises to the foothills of the Cordillera of the Andes, where Indian communities have taken advantage of the presence of water to found villages. This desert is the result of a geographical peculiarity. On the Pacific coast, the Humboldt Current coming up from the Antarctic cools the air and prevents the formation of clouds. On the other side, the Cordillera of the Andes, with summits over 6,000 meters, blocks the clouds and humidity coming from the Amazon basin. But is this absence of rain just a legend, or is there scientific proof? The inhabitants of Atacama, who mostly live in the big coastal cities, have to be asking this question. At the start of 2015, an exceptional rainstorm struck the region. In just 24 hours, more rain fell than usually falls in 15 years. In this arid zone where there is no vegetation, the water mixed with sand and formed deadly mudflows. The infrastructure was simply not designed for rain. When Luc Ortlieb arrived in Antofagasta in 1991, a similar rain had just fallen on the town. He became fascinated by these phenomenal and rare rains. Research director at the IRD, he works on the evolution of climate in the Atacama Desert. His mission is to reconstruct with precision what the climate was like in the past to better interpret climate changes. At the edge of the town, he found a site where he could learn more about rainfall episodes.
So here is the limit of a number of layers, which are sections of mud flows. Here there's an overlap, the oldest mud flow of this sequence. One here, one there, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, 8, 9, 10. There must be a dozen layers here, which corresponds to the last 500 years. So there's the only evidence of rain. A dozen rains in 500 years. That's the coast of the Atacama Desert.
During the very rare times when it rains on the coast, mud flows which form accumulate upon the older flows. While these accumulations give an idea of the frequency of rains, Luc wanted to know more. For his work, he needed to know the precise date when each of these episodes of rain occurred.
I tried to find clues that could be dated using carbon-14. But, as I said, in this hyper-arid desert, the chances of finding a little piece of wood or a little shell are extremely small. And the big difficulty involved in the study of mud flows in this region is that we have a lot of trouble dating them.
The impossibility of dating the rains held back Luc's work for a long time. He had to turn towards other sources of historical information. Today, he is going to the newspaper El Mercurio to explore the archives, searching for articles on unusual weather. From being a geologist, Luc had to become a historian and patiently search through all the historical records available since the arrival of the Spanish on the continent.
Studying the press for the 20th century and historical archives confirms for us that rainfall episodes have always been extremely rare along the coast. Beyond the coast, in any case, it's an absolute desert, where it doesn't rain at all.
The study of historical archives brought some information about the last 500 years, but Luc is also working on much older periods of time. And since the Atacama held no clues to help him, Luc ended up by turning towards the sea.
So here we have two shells, slightly different in size. But we can find the first year of growth, the second, the third. Here's the first, the second, and the third, and it lived a little longer. This one is older and must be about 4 years old. In some cases, on some shells, there's a summer growth anomaly, which is much more marked. And this gives us the temperature anomalies which happen during the El Niño phenomenon. During El Niño, the temperature is 1 or 2 degrees higher.
El Niño is an exceptional climatic phenomenon which can modify all of the climate in the Pacific Ocean. It takes place when warm waters, usually off the coast of Australia, shift towards the coasts of South America, pushed by winds and currents. El Niño can also change the course of cyclones, cause droughts, lead to the disappearance of fish, or move zones of precipitation. This is what happens when it rains on the coast of Atacama. If today's shells carry the marks of these climatic accidents, it should be the same for older shells. So Luc asked himself what he could learn from shells that were thousands of years old.
So there we have shells comparable to those we find on the beach today, and other species, including this species in particular, which now lives in much colder water than there is currently at Antofagasta. During the deposit of these sediments and these shells, the water was much colder at this spot.
In this way, Luc managed patiently to recreate the past climates of the coast of the desert of Atacama. This also gave clues to the future of this desert in the context of global warming.
The El Niño phenomenon is tending to become more and more frequent, with greater and greater intensities. And this growth in the frequency of phenomena could increase even more with the effect of global warming. So there will be more and more heavy rains along the coast of the Atacama Desert, not inland, but along the coasts.
This precipitation won't cross the first hills over the coast. Beyond that stretches out the vast plateau upon which it never rains. This is the central zone of the Atacama Desert. But the total absence of rain by itself doesn't explain such arid conditions. To pierce this mystery, Elizabeth Lictevou and her team are seeking to quantify the dryness in different places around the desert. Using an evaporation dome, they are measuring the humidity of the air and the ground.
Here it's stabilized at around 21% relative humidity. The sun is going down. We don't have the same intensity, and there's more wind.
In fact, the desert of Atacama isn't that hot a desert. What's very important is the dryness of the air, the capacity of the atmosphere to effectively evaporate the water and absorb it.
The air of the Atacama is so dry that it dries out the soil to several meters depth, preventing dew from forming, as well as any other kind of humidity. But the evaporation dome reveals a surprising phenomenon.
So there we're seeing evaporation.
Yes, from the water table. The water table isn't deep here, approximately a meter down. So we have a little evaporation.
Although the first few meters of soil are totally dried out, the dome has shown there is subterranean water just below.
What's extraordinary here is that once past those first few meters, which are extremely dry, extremely arid, there's a subterranean water layer, an enormous reservoir of water.
The Atacama Desert is really the driest desert on the planet, but beneath its parched and lifeless surface are hidden vast subterranean layers of water, aquifers. Since it never rains directly on these layers, where does all this water which accumulates beneath the ground come from? And how much of it is available? To answer these questions, Luke accompanies the team of Rodrigo Riquelme, which is heading to the Cordillera of the Andes. The scientists especially want to know if the aquifers are formed by the water that falls on the Cordillera each winter.
Is the spring we're seeing here essentially fed by snow and rain? Where else could it come from?
Yes, well, here there is precipitation. We're at the start of the Cordillera.
What altitude are we at?
We're at 3,300 meters.
And there's precipitation.
There is precipitation, mainly in winter, more or less 200 millimeters a year.
With altitude, the climatic exception that surrounds the Atacama Desert no longer applies and rain falls again. The Andean summits capture clouds charged with water from the Amazonian basin. This is what is called an altiplanic winter. Thanks to this rain, the Andean altiplano is biologically richer than the Atacama Desert. Despite the altitude, lack of oxygen and glacial nights, plants and animals can find here a little water to survive and develop. Is this the water that feeds the desert of Atacama? Before answering, the scientists must analyze the spring.
This water that comes through here, where will it end up? Will it get to the sea?
I think the water infiltrates a little lower down. Since it's moving underground, we can't see it, but we can see the vegetation. The vegetation extends farther down.
But does the water go to the aquifer?
Yes, it goes into the aquifer. It feeds the aquifer.
Night approaches, and the team has to rapidly set up camp and prepare to bivouac at more than 3,000 meters with a temperature at around -20 Celsius. They won't be able to continue their work until the next day. It is becoming urgent to know more about the number, the size, and the functioning of these aquifers, because without these vast reserves, the whole economy of the country could plunge into chaos. For many years, the underground waters of the Atacama have been seized by an industry which creates the wealth of the country, an industry which uses a lot of water: mining. Even though its surface is poor, the desert of Atacama is full of different minerals: copper, gold, silver, and lithium. Mining is one of Chile's main resources, creating 15% of its GNP. An example of the gigantic scale, the mine of Chuquicamata, the largest open-cast copper mine. It operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Each truck, which carries the equivalent of 8 trailers of mineral, takes an hour and a half to reach the mine's summit. Employing 11,000 people, the mine contains copper reserves for at least 60 years more. The only problem is that the mine needs 100 liters of water every second. The water is used in the copper extraction process, but also to keep the dust on the ground. With mining, this hostile desert has also become the residence of hundreds of thousands of workers. The great coastal cities like Arica, Iquique, and Antofagasta have also seen their populations multiply by 5 over the last few years. The result is that towns move into the desert a little more every day, and the demand for water has exploded. Luc Ortlieb and Rodrigo Riquelme continue to follow the course of the water. What is the size and number of the aquifers? What are the real available subterranean reserves? To answer this, the scientists will have to decode the language of the landscape and read it as if it was a book. Rodrigo Riquelme is a specialist in geomorphology. By observing the nature of the rocks, the folds, the layers, and their porosity, he is attempting to deduce the structure beneath the ground where the water continues its course and where it accumulates. An aquifer is created when an impermeable layer stops the course of the water. The water then accumulates in porous rocks, like in a sponge. But more than just the number and size of aquifers, Rodrigo's program is also trying to determine if the aquifers are connected or if they are separated. If there are passages between the aquifers, the rainwater will transit downstream, like a series of communicating basins. But if impermeable layers are blocking the water, it will mean that the deepest water will not regenerate. To better understand the structure and to detect impermeable rock, the team takes a number of ground samples.
And what are all these samples for?
It's mainly to see what salts are contained in the rock. It's the salts which allow us to determine if the water has the space to get through, and therefore to characterize this kind of rock as being an aquifer or not.
So I suppose that precipitation, rain and snow will recharge the aquifers that are topmost.
Precipitation will recharge the upper aquifers, but if you consider the melting and evaporation of snow, it's difficult to think that the deepest aquifers will be recharged by the snow. Beneath, it's probably fossil water. We don't know much about the aquifers, and I don't think that the mining companies are going to wait for us to find out more. They're going to carry on pumping this water.
It's a risky thing to do.
The mining industry uses water from the aquifers without knowing whether it is a renewable resource. In the central zone of the desert, some places are starting to show signs of fatigue. This is what's happening to the salars, spaces made up of stagnant water and mineral salts. Luke goes with the team of Jorge Valdez to the Sala de la Mara. He hasn't been here for 20 years.
Very low.
It's impressive how low it is. I came here in 1993, and there were 2 or 3 meters more than there is now. It's really impressive to see how the level has fallen. There'll be nothing left in a few years.
No, it'll probably disappear entirely.
Roger Valdez and his team are working on the salas of the Atacama Desert. Their objective today is to measure the drying up of the Sala de la Mara. The salas are characteristic of the desert of Atacama. They form when a subterranean water layer gets too close to the surface, the air and the sun. The water then evaporates, but leaves on the soil the many minerals it contains. A crust of salt forms slowly on the surface. At La Mara, evaporation leaves behind spherical rocks called stromatoliths, made up of a mixture of bacteria and gypsum. Jorge hopes to get information from them about the evolution of the Sala.
Se la marco y gira. Así. Para ver abajo. Ok. Aquí ya se ve la coloración, los distintos tonos. Verdes.
Here you can see green coloring, which is getting darker. Then at the center it becomes white. Here are the different strata, and by cutting them, we'll see if the strata repeat. Now we can see the coloring.
Yes, that's green.
A bit of yellow, brown.
What do you think you'll get from these stones?
We think the different coloring that can be observed reflects the changes that took place during their formation, such as in temperature or water level.
What period of time do you think this represents?
It's not very certain, but we think these stones are several decades old, a maximum of a century.
The drying up of a sala is a natural phenomenon, but the Sala de la Mara is drying up very quickly now. This worries Roger's team. Despite their very strong salinity, the salas are in fact environments where life can be found. Some species have adapted to this extreme environment, which is 10 times more salty than seawater. So the total drying up of this sala would mean the end of an oasis of life.
Does the change in the water level seem natural to you?
In this zone, and in particular for the Sala de la Mara, no. It's definitely not a natural variation. The Sala has shrunk dramatically over the last 5 years, and even more so over the last 2 years, with a difference of 1 meter in water level. This means that the water is being extracted somewhere, and we think that here it's because of mining. There's a company extracting water directly from the Sala. The great problem in our country is that water is private property. Because of that, individuals or businesses own the water, so they can do what they want with it.
In Chile, water is privately owned. Lifetime water rights were granted under the ultra-liberal dictatorship of Pinochet in the 1980s. This was done without real knowledge of the resource. Now, it is only possible to observe the falling level of many aquifers. And it's not just fragile ecosystems like the Sala de la Mara which are threatened. Some aquifers are used by the inhabitants for agriculture or just simple drinking water.
Here we have an enormous reservoir, the biggest aquifer in Chile. And from the measurements we've taken over the last few years, and the measurements of the last 2 years, we're seeing a general fall in the level of the aquifer. We made our reference level 0, and here we're dropping at a rate of 4.5 meters per minute. So it'll take a good 10 minutes to reach the water level.
In this place, you have to descend 53 meters to find water.
Everything all right for the speed, Fernando?
50?
54?
It's going up. In what units? Don't we have a scale?
No scale, no.
This here is the conductivity, and that's the temperature. The tendency towards a general fall in the level of the aquifer shows that the demand is greater than its capacity to recharge. So we're exploiting fossil water, which is non-renewable, because it took thousands of years to accumulate in this reservoir.
The penury of water is felt more and more by the desert villagers who take their water from the aquifers. In the little village of Tirana, tension reaches its heights during the festival of the Virgin Mary of Carmen in July. Each year, supplying water for the festival becomes more complicated. The religious festival brings together many troops from all over the country. They dance in traditional costume for 2 weeks, all day long, and they do this whatever the temperature. Manuel Sepulveda doesn't have time to join in. He's in charge of water distribution during the festivities.
This here is the part of the village of Tirana where the water comes out of a tap. But there are also trucks. On this map, you can see all of the planning and organization of water distribution. The trucks come from this sector with water, so they can deliver it. The problem with water at Tirana is that it doesn't get to everyone. Since here on the high plateau, it belongs to a company, and there's an area where it has jurisdiction over the water. So there's 1,000 people who live here all year long, but now there are over 200,000.
The festival lasts 3 weeks. The town authorities use 20 tankers to share out and deliver 5 million litres of water to the festival organisers, the dancers and the spectators struggling against the dust and heat.
Without water, there would be no festival. From that point of view, water is even more important than electricity or anything else. It's really impressive how all the services come into action. I think that if a lot of tourists come, they'll realize that here in the north, we're short of water. And with extreme conditions of heat by day and cold by night, it isn't easy.
The water in the tankers, like that of the aquifer, is tested regularly. Not only are there problems of quantity, but of quality as well. Aquifer water especially contains arsenic, natural pollution due to the volcanic rocks of the Andes, and, taking into account the rate of cancer and skin disease here, which is higher than elsewhere, this question is still very poorly studied.
Personally, I don't drink the water at my house or this water. I buy purified water to drink at home, and I only drink this water when I'm here. There are people who don't drink it and who will only buy bottled water. But there are people who are used to drinking this water, and some who get sick if they drink it.
Nowadays, there are more and more villages that are supplied by water tankers, and water is rationed for desert populations. Farms are being abandoned for lack of water or because of pollution from the mines. The Atacama Desert is today torn between the economic development of the region and the maintenance of local populations and traditional ways of life. Sabaya is a little village in the foothills of the Andes. Supplied by a spring, there are cattle and a lot of farming on terraces. But the dust sent out by the mines has already contaminated watercourses and the soil, decimating flocks and putting the lives of thousands of small farmers in the valley at risk. However, there continue to be many mining projects in the region. Geraldo Caceres is trying to unite the different villages of the Aymara community to fight together in this unequal combat.
The place we live in here is a desert. You've seen what the environment is like. The only vegetation to be found is what we ourselves plant. We were protecting our water because it's vital for us. If someone contaminates our water, all the supply drops. It's a terrible thing for us. I want people to understand that. We don't want to make money from our water or get some kind of economic benefit thanks to it. No, we just want to conserve it, so future generations can have the same things as us.
The village of Quilagua has already been in this situation. 15 years ago, major contamination changed the environment radically in an irreversible way. Quilagua is on the Loa River, the one and only river that crosses the Atacama Desert. Winding its way through the arid plains like a thin trickle of water, its course passes close by several mining sites, like the enormous complex of Chuquicamata. Margarita Cortez Rodriguez has seen the water quality of the Loa degrade and her village being transformed. Today, she is president of the Assembly of Quilagua Residents.
Acá era todo esto solamente plantaciones de alfalfa.
There are lots of carob trees. Here, the carob trees that you can see are maintained and keep up a little vegetation. But it used to be lucerne, and now, where you're going, you'll see land like this, dried out land.
Y así está, pues ustedes a donde vayan van a encontrar esta tierra así, ¿ya? Esta tierra seca.
The Quilagua farmers can no longer irrigate their fields. The water of the Loa is too polluted to be used.
Entonces, eso contaminó las aguas.
The water was contaminated, and the farmers continued to use the water without knowing it had been contaminated. The animals started to die. There were a lot of sheep, pigs, and goats once. There were also cows and crayfish the size of lobsters, and all that died. We hope that one day life will come back to Quilagua by the river to feed us, because it was a source of food, corn, crayfish, and all the animals.
El choclo, el camarón, el pejerrey, y los animales que tenían.
In the same way as at Tirana, the town authorities look after water distribution.
They bring us water 5 times a week. They bring it to us, and we look after it as if it was our baby. We don't take baths because it uses too much water. We use a 20-liter bucket to wash in. This is a desert, so really, if there was no productive interest to attract people here, such as the mining, the demand for water would stay very moderate, and the resources would be enough. We would be able to keep a natural balance between supply and demand, a balance which is gone today.
Scientists find themselves at the heart of this problem. While their role was already to understand the resources better, they are now trying to think up solutions so as to prevent the desert from drying out even further. Especially, they're looking for other sources of water supply. On the coast, nature has found a means of developing despite the absence of rain and underground water. When the humid ocean air meets the very dry air of the desert, a thick layer of cloud forms and encounters the first hills of the coast. This then produces a kind of thick fog, known locally as a camanchaca.
Here we are at Alto Patache, and it's very cold with very high humidity. You can feel it now. The clouds make the temperature drop, and the wind becomes humid, because at the same time the pressure drops. Because if the pressure drops, it allows the clouds to rise, and this generates the very strong wind that we can feel now.
Felipe Lobos is studying this very localized phenomenon. To quantify the amount of water carried by this fog, he collects it with the aid of a mesh. At the moment, he's come to collect the data taken over the last few weeks.
We are measuring the quantity of water captured by this device, which is called a cloud catcher. Cloud comes from the ocean, and little drops are caught here until they join together enough to form a normal-sized drop, which has enough weight to fall into the gutter. The mesh, as we can see, is wet. My hand is wet. The tube fills with water, and each drop falls here into the rain gauge, which sees drop by drop how much water is falling, and which this device allows us to measure. Normally, the clouds behave in distinct ways throughout the year. For example, in winter, as it is now in July in the southern hemisphere, there's a lot of fog. We can measure in one day between 30 and 60 litres per square metre, which means that this device can capture 30 litres of water in a day. In summer, there's a lot less, close to zero.
Even if it isn't a regular supply throughout the year, life can make use of this heaven-sent water. The camanchaca allows what are known as fog oases to form. At Alto Patache, there is biodiversity that is exceptional for the Atacama Desert. There are many species of lichens, plants, and insects. However, the ancient ecosystem is regressing after being exploited by local inhabitants for its wood and pasture. As nature fights here against disappearance, the Eulichnia cactus acts like a general in an army.
This is a cactus native to this place. It's called equiquensis, and it grows about 1 centimetre a year. That means that this one is about 200 years, maybe even 300 years old. This cactus is very important to this ecosystem because it acts like a water trap. With its long thorns, its runnels, and its branches, which join with its central structure, it can capture water like a stone. Water runs along the branches and directly down to the roots. And that permits other things to use the water. So it supplies a whole micro-ecosystem which is generated around the cactus.
This cactus had almost died out. They were used as firewood, as well as to build habitations or make utensils. Only the most difficult to get to remain standing. For several years, Felipe has taken part in a project to replant Eulichnia equiquensis cacti to recreate the fog oases such as they once were. But as the cactus flowers only once every 15 years and there is only one pollinizing insect, scientists only managed to obtain a few viable seeds to launch their project.
The fruit opened and the seeds came out. We planted them in the laboratory under controlled conditions, and the plants began to grow. We waited 10 years as a precaution before planting the cactus here. Since the plant isn't yet mature and can't capture the fog by itself, we put it in this cage to protect it from predators, as well as this mesh to capture water. When the plant becomes mature, it'll do all that itself. In these places, which seem to be total deserts at first, there are plants which are unique on our planet. So it's very important to protect and maintain them, to conserve them, and in that way, reforest this ecosystem and recreate it.
Reconstituir el ecosistema, básicamente.
Elizabeth Lichtervaux would like to go further and use these cloud-catching meshes to provide water for people. The Camanchaca is a potential resource of water, but before knowing what use it can be put to, it's important to know more about it.
We're putting up a cloud-catching mesh to study the water quality of the fog. The idea is to install cloud-catching meshes in places where we can collect enough water to get samples and then analyze them in the laboratory. We've chosen this spot because the vegetation shows it's a place where the fog concentrates, as this is a rootless plant, which moves about the hills and dunes according to whether or not there's fog.
The new mesh to study water quality is ready. Now it will take until tomorrow to see the first results and hope that the fog rises to this research site.
Look. That's very good. It really works well. This is nearly full. It's a really good place. That's great.
The amount collected is enough, but measurement must be taken to see what use can be made of this water.
Okay, 1,466 microsiemens per centimeter. Let's measure the pH now. Look, it's less than 5. The same as near the coast. We had 3. It's a little less acid than on the coast. Same problem, it still doesn't have the same pH as drinking water. That's right, it's a bit more acid than the limit. Drinking water must have a pH between 8.5 and 6.5, and on the coast there's water with a very acid pH, pH 3. Here the quality is a little better. We've got a pH close to 5, which is pretty acid, but more acceptable if you're thinking about other uses for the water. It can't effectively be a principal water source, but it could be water which serves to complete a water supply for a family or a small community. Household water for washing dishes, for example. But we're also looking at whether it can be used for agriculture, so it's important to study it to be sure about the quality.
The quality problems don't just concern mesh water. The management of wastewater is another major problem. When it goes back into the soil, it contaminates the water table and makes all the water unusable. Elizabeth's team are trying to filter this water using plants.
Hello, Leonardo.
Hello.
How are you?
Fine, thanks.
Is this the treated water?
No, it's still not finished. It needs a few more days. Water takes 7 days here, and this has only had 5. As you can see, it still has a color.
What's the quality of water like?
We've analyzed the water quality. If you can hand me the tray, I can explain it better for you. We made an analysis based on spectrophotometry, that is color. This, for example, is phosphate analysis. This is residual water without treatment, and this is treated water. As you can see, there's a clear difference in color. This is ammonia. Again, you can see the difference.
Wastewater and treated water.
That's right.
That's conclusive.
This totally natural technology seems promising. The plants feed by filtering the organic material found in wastewater. But the right plant has to be used.
This technology is used all over the world, and finding the optimal plant isn't simple, especially since it's complicated to adapt plants to the arid conditions of the Atacama Desert. We're trying out different kinds of plant. We're working with native varieties and also with plants from elsewhere.
Using the power of plants can be beneficial, and not just to filter wastewater. In the environment of the central zone of the desert, where the soil is just salt, a forest has found the means to grow despite everything you might expect. A very special kind of tree offers shelter and protection to other plants, animals, and human beings. Sergio Barraza, from the Chilean National Park Service, watches over the health of this fragile forest in the middle of the desert. He's going to a recent plantation where young trees are growing.
This tree is about 6 months old. We think it's nearly adapted to its environment. What's visible is a 40 to 60 centimeter high tree, and beneath there's a root which must be about a meter long. This tree gets compared to an iceberg a lot, because you can only really see a third of what's there. When this tree is 7 meters tall, its roots will be about 14 meters deep. And the roots will keep on searching for moisture until they find a source to feed from and survive.
The tamarugo's main priority is to pierce the crust of salt with its powerful roots. If it doesn't quickly make contact with moisture underground, it will die quickly from lack of water. But this tree has a number of other adaptations to life in the most arid desert in the world.
The leaves are small to reduce exposure as well as to reduce the transpiration of the plant. The thorns protect it from animals. This tree is well adapted to these difficult conditions.
The tamarugo has a last astonishing adaptation to fight the dry conditions. All plants have stomata on the surface of their leaves. While other plants use these openings to evacuate water, the tamarugo can use them the other way around, as a door to capture the air's humidity. This forest nearly disappeared in the last century. The wood was used to heat the steam engines of the nitrate mines. Many tamarugos had to be replanted, and the other 1,000 species that inhabit this forest had to be reintroduced. The tamarugo is the keystone of an entire ecosystem. The kilos of fruit they produce are a major energy source for neighboring species, as well as for humans.
The tamarugo provides forage for the herds: goats, sheep, bovines. In addition, with the fruit, flour can be made, and honey can be harvested. The shells are good for firewood, and the wood for building. At one point, it was difficult to get the community to participate in this project, but now they're happy. People are working with us and with the Chilean government so as to preserve this forest and help manage it.
Even in the middle of the driest desert in the world, humans can find a certain balance with nature once more. But wherever you are on the planet, life is always linked to the availability of water.
If there were no aquifers in this sector, with the underground water of the Tamarugal Pampa, none of this would be possible. It would be an absolute desert.
Through its extreme aridity, the Atacama Desert makes conflicts worse, showing the difficulty of managing and sharing the desert's water resources.
At this rate, probably within a decade, this sala will become a crust of salt, which is very sad, because water is only found here. There are ecosystems and very special life in these zones, which are found nowhere else on the planet.
These ecosystem relics, these little islands of life, are very important here because they fight against the desertification.
There's a big problem with water resources, which is limiting their use. essentially for little users, farmers, and which is really putting populations and long-term development of the region in danger.
But these difficulties are also making the Atacama Desert the laboratory of the future.
There are a lot of projects being developed because water is obviously a crucial problem.
All the knowledge we acquire here can be applied to other arid zones throughout the world and improve our knowledge of arid areas.
Protected throughout millions of years by its extreme aridity, the Atacama Desert has been disturbed in its long sleep by the increasing appetite of mankind. Does this recent disturbance announce the desert's end? Or on a geological scale, is it just a drop of water? The glaciers are retreating, the deserts are spreading. Throughout the world, this change has dramatically increased over the last 50 years. China is in danger. The ancient deserts, which appeared long ago in the north of the country, continue to grow. New deserts are forming. Arid and semi-arid zones now cover half the country. They are taking over the arable and inhabited land, which, near the deserts, is shrinking dramatically.
I saw a very high wall of sand coming towards me. According to studies, more than 1,300,000 tons of sand dust fell on Beijing in 2010.
There are not enough natural barriers of vegetation at the edges of the deserts, nor are they strong enough to hold back the sand. The plants lack water and are dying.
Water is important in the fight against desertification. We fire into the clouds to bring artificial rain to arid zones.
An army of 32,000 rainmakers fight at the front every day. A green wall is being built, as long as the Great Wall of China, to keep the enemy at bay. China is at war against desertification that threatens to devour the land. Each spring, the capital of China and its region are drowned in an orange fog for days on end. 270 million people suffocate. Dr. Wu Zhanwei monitors these storms from the National Desert Monitoring Center, which is connected to observation satellites and ground stations.
The sand dust comes mainly from land which has been destroyed in 4 ways: overuse, deforestation, lack of water, clearing of vegetation by domesticated animals. From 2001 to 2006, Beijing was struck repeatedly by sandstorms. In 2006 alone, in 1 year, we had 14.
By examining the dust which regularly falls on Beijing, scientists have found that it comes from deserts which are many hundreds of kilometers from the city. Deserts occupy a quarter of Chinese territory, but not all deserts produce sand dust. This comes from a few specific zones.
The sand comes mainly from 2 zones. From the north, Mongolian deserts and the Chinese province of Inner Mongolia. From the west, the deserts of Badankhahan and Tenga, close to the city of Longshu. We've put 39 control stations in place to monitor the sandstorms, like those at Longshu and Mingxin.
Longshu, the provincial capital of Gansu, was once an important step along the Silk Road. The city is 150 kilometers away from the Mingxin oasis.
This machine allows us to capture grains of sand. Let's open it and give me the pincers, please. Above are grains which have a diameter less than 100 micrometers. Below are grains which have a diameter less than 10 microns. Take the filters. Today is a very fine day and we can see a long way off. When there's a sandstorm, the landscape looks like this photo taken in 2013. Here's another from 2011, and this one is a photo taken in 2009. You can't even see the big building in front during this big sandstorm. You can't see the mountains. Up to 2013, we had violent sand winds 5 times a year and 1 sandstorm.
The sand dust, collected over the years at the Longzhou station, are stocked and classified according to their type and grain size. A series of identity cards is then made.
The sand in these containers is all different according to the place it comes from. For example, this Minchin sand is extremely fine. It's very volatile.
The drier that a desert is, the more mobile is its sand, and the more it can feed the dust mass that sandstorms take with them. The zones where the dust is produced need urgent measures.
The pink color shows the great mobility of desert sand from the Tengger and Badanjayan deserts around the Minchin oasis.
Minchin is a strategic point in the war against desertification. The winds rise suddenly and are extremely violent. The oasis, where 300,000 people live, is caught between 2 great Chinese deserts, the Badan-Cheyenne and the Tengger deserts. The oasis forms a natural barrier between the two which must be preserved at all costs. If the immense mass of sand in these 2 deserts joined up, the flow of sand that falls on Beijing would increase markedly and the city would pay dearly for it. This possibility worries the Chinese authorities so much that they are closely monitoring the 2 deserts.
Check the GPS, we're getting closer.
We're nearly there, not far to go.
Let's carry on.
Very well.
With the metal detector, the team are searching for a marker.
Here it is, we found it.
Very good. Okay.
The marker consists of a metal plate placed here the previous year by Wang Bin's team with a recording made of its geographical coordinates.
Okay.
The current GPS position of the marker allows the length and direction of its movement since it was put in place to be measured.
50 meters, that's it. That's it.
Okay, we can see that the sand has advanced a bit more. This tower measures the advance of the sand. Here, the wind speed can reach 20 meters a second. According to our observations taken over the years, 9.3 tons of sand fall annually upon this 50-meter tall, 3-meter wide tower. The 2 deserts of Tengger and Badanjayan have formed around Minchin. If we stop fighting against them, we run the risk that they will At Minchin, the sand front extends over 408 kilometers, and there are 50 sand corridors, which are entry points which the sand pours into.
The sand corridor of the mouth of the Tiger is 30 kilometers from the observation tower. It is one of the most formidable. The winds coming from the Badanjayan and Tenga deserts meet violently here, making the place sterile and dangerous.
Have you been in a sandstorm?
Yes, about a year or so ago. I was working in the fields, and all at once, I saw an immense wall of sand coming towards me. Sand flew, and I was completely blinded. If you'd been right beside me, I couldn't have seen you. In the provinces which are on the fronts of the deserts, sand and drought have forced many villagers to flee. Dongzhong, one of the villages of Minchin oasis, has become a ghost town. The inhabitants have fled. Alone, old Wee and his wife cling on to their home.
Here it was full of life. There were lots of people, lots of livestock, like donkeys, horses, camels, cows and sheep.
Wee has only a few chickens left. The closest well is kilometers from here.
We've never had enough water. Before we dug wells to get water, the level began to drop, and in the 90s there was no more drinking water.
Intensive agriculture, with production targets dictated by plans, made things worse. The whole oasis of Minchin was soon short of water. More than 10,000 wells were dug. In a very short time, this led to the end of Lake Xintu, now completely dried up, a first in Chinese history. 200 years ago, Lake Xintu had a surface of 400 square kilometers. There were plants in the water, and the inhabitants could fish from boats. But because of population growth and overuse of water for agriculture, the ecological balance was destroyed. The lake dried up, and from 1959 became sand dunes between 1 and 3 meters high.
The government forbade the digging of wells for agriculture and limited water consumption. Today, we use the water from great reservoirs and water from artificial rain.
The gigantic reservoirs which feed the oasis are fed in two ways: through the artificial rain program and by changing the course of large rivers. Seeding the clouds leads to the fall of what the villagers call artificial rain and limits the dry conditions.
The principle of artificial rain consists of sending substances which activate condensation in clouds where the temperature varies between -10 and -20 degrees Celsius. It's the zone where ice transforms into water. To make it rain, the condensation in this zone must be increased.
To send these substances into the clouds, China uses recycled military equipment: planes, artillery, and rocket launchers.
We started to apply this technique in 1958 to make rain in the province of Jilin. At first, planes transported salt. to increase condensation in the clouds. Then they took liquid nitrogen. Nowadays, we prefer to use silver iodide, which works better.
On the 21st of July 1958, a Do-2 plane loaded with kilos of salt took off. It was the first time that our country had used artificial rain. We made a dozen tests. Even if some failed, others managed to bring water to the land. Chan Li is responsible for the program in the town of Wuyi. Nationally, the program mobilizes an army which has 30 aircraft, over 7,000 artillery pieces, and nearly 5,000 rocket launchers.
Between 2010 and 2014, we launched over 600 rockets and fired around 10,000 shells from Wuyi. This shows the distribution of artificial rain systems from the town of Wuyi in the Gansu province. Nowadays, we have 63 work sites in this region, which is about 6,000 square kilometers in size. The red zone shows the rocket sites, the blue zone shows the artillery, and the green zone shows us where the reservoirs are.
It is estimated that over 300 billion tons of rain have thus been made over the entire country. This technique isn't unanimously approved by the scientific community. Some think that rainfall only increases by 20%. And the question of the toxicity of silver iodide and its effects on the ecosystem is raised.
Are you ready?
Ready!
Let's go.
In the village of Donjon, time seems to stand still. Old Wee distracts himself as much as he can by watching his grandchildren play with the rocket casings fallen after the last launch. When there are no clouds, artificial rain is not enough to fill the reservoirs, and rivers come to the rescue.
In
2010, we started to fill Lake Chintu by using water from the reservoirs. Today, we've managed to restore part of the lake. Following that, plant cover and the ecosystem returned. Humid zones and the water table were re-established. Thanks to this lake, we hope to stop the two deserts meeting up.
Will the restoration of the lake be enough to assure the future of the desert refugees who have been rehoused in model villages constructed at the center of the oasis? Bai Huiben is soon going to move to a new village close to the mouth of the Tiger.
We fought for years against the sand. And this is our new house. The whole village will soon move here. The house is more solidly built against the sand and has electricity and water. Life here is better and more comfortable.
Like all his neighbors, Bai Huiben could no longer stand the daily fight against the encroaching sand. Over hundreds of kilometers, an army of peasants are fighting to seal the breach of the mouth of the Tiger. Through this breach pours the sand which threatens to submerge the oasis and to annihilate it. Before, there was just moving sand everywhere.
Here in the Badan Desert, the sand moved fast and caused a lot of problems in this area. What did you do to improve the situation?
Beforehand, there was moving sand which flew everywhere, and we started fighting desertification in autumn 2008. We mobilized 1,000 people to stabilize the sand. The first step was to stabilize the sand with blocks of straw before planting. Up till now, we've planted trees over 6,670 hectares.
You've been working here 6 years?
Yes, since 2008.
You've done well.
To plant the trees, Dr. Liu Chuzong developed a new plastic mesh to block the sand, which was quicker to put in place than blocks of straw and very economical.
This mesh really stops the wind from moving the sand, as you can see from afar. With this method, there are no more sandstorms. Yongshu comes from the desert of Xinjiang. It's a type of tree which we've used at Minqing, using our institute's techniques. In the northeast and northwest of China, our technique with the Yongshu is also used.
The Gansu Desert Institute has experimented with over 700 different plants. It also uses the suo, which grows in the deserts of Xinjiang at the borders of Tibet. Highly resistant, the suo also uses little water and only needs to be watered when it is planted.
The so grow like this after 3 years.
The plantations of the mouth of the Tiger have worked. The sandstorms that threaten Beijing have diminished markedly over the last few years. On the Western Front, the Battle of Minxin is a first victory. To win the war, a program of reforestation launched in 1978 led to the plantation of 30 million trees, the equivalent of the land surface of Great Britain. And it will take several more decades of work to complete the Great Green Wall, which should protect Beijing. A second battle is being led on the northern front. This is against the sand dust of the Kupuchi Desert in the province of Inner Mongolia that regularly strikes the capital. The roads that cross the Kupuchi Desert are regularly invaded by sand. New plantation techniques are being tried.
Thanks to this solution, it only takes a few seconds for 2 people to plant a tree. In a day, we can plant up to 1,500 cuttings. In the past, there was only sand in the air. When it was windy, you couldn't even open your eyes, and you couldn't see the road. The Kupuchi Desert is the one that affects the storms that hit Beijing the most. Before, we had 70 to 80 every year. Today, after years of work, there are only 3 to 5. Beijing suffers a lot less. Beforehand, we only worked manually, without any machines. I didn't know how to plant trees. Often I'd dig a hole and the sand would just fill it straight up. In 2007 and 2008, we learnt how to plant using pressurized water. We put this straight to use and planted a lot more trees.
According to official figures, this new method gives a survival rate close to 85%, compared to 55% in the past. The wall of young trees now stretches out for kilometers. Thanks to this, it has been possible to build roads across the desert which no longer become buried, and Mr. Chung never gets tired of watching the cars go by. The Great Green Wall is fragile, and only time will tell if it will be able to resist the pressure of the desert. In the urgency of the 1980s, trees were chosen for their ability to grow quickly and absorb greenhouse gases. Poplars, which should live 30 years, didn't survive.
Why did these poplars die? Because they require certain conditions to live. Water has to be sufficient and the ground fertile. So if the water table drops and it becomes arid, they'll die.
The calculation which led to favoring these types of tree which grow quickly in the hope of greater efficiency wasn't the right one.
That there is the local poplar, which grows very quickly, is tall and blocks the sand heading for Beijing. The downside is that it has quite a short lifespan. That's why we're cultivating instead Zhangzizong pine trees, like this one. They adapt to the sand, have a longer lifespan, and also hold back the sand from the storms. It's a very good type of tree. If just one type of tree is planted, there's a greater danger of sickness than if you mix two types together.
The great lesson that China has learned from its successes and failures is that there is no universal recipe for containing the desert. Each parcel of land has its own types of tree and techniques of plantation. The Great Green Wall isn't a monolithic monument, but a mosaic.
Come on, hurry up. We're still collecting the dead trees that haven't survived the aridity, the heat and the wind. Conditions are very difficult. We've planted several kinds of tree like Chungsu Song, woodland pine, Shentao, wild peach, and Shalu, sand willow. Shalu adapts best, then Shentao. For Chungsu Song, woodland pine, it's more complicated.
The tanker makes intensive watering possible when planting, but the water is very quickly absorbed. The solution is programmed drip-feed watering in the middle of the desert.
We water this type of pine twice a week during the first year. Then the second year we water it once every 2 weeks. In this zone there are around 200,000 pines.
The drip feed network extends for hundreds of kilometers. It's a heavy investment, but the results are there. The trees take root and wildlife returns.
We attract tourists who help planting trees. Our goal is to help people live in this desert.
The Chinese, businesslike, have exploited the entertainment possibilities of sand. They've opened centers in zones where the dunes are beautiful and the sand is good. Profits from these parks help to finance the ongoing gigantic greening projects. This has been a success, and over the last few years, parks have multiplied in the Quincy Desert and other duned areas. The clientele for the enjoyment of this type of recreation is estimated to be 100 million people. On holidays, crowds press to enjoy each attraction. Today at Kupuchi, with a road network crossing the desert, an immense hotel complex has appeared at the center of the desert. Kupuchi has become a model, and not just thanks to tourism. Rich industrialists have been able to build an economy on sand.
A good model is needed to resolve desertification. Following 27 years of research and experiments, we found a model that associates ecology, business, and the economy. Ecology is the basis, business is the guarantee, and the economy provides the motor.
The Chinese are now using sand for everything. It's a basic material for many products used in building. But more surprisingly, it's also used to grow medicinal plants, like kuqi and kansao, the Chinese aniseed reputed to be an elixir for a longer life. From plants grown on sand, new nutritional composites for animal feed have been created. Livestock, which is the main, if not the only resource for Mongol farmers, is undergoing profound change.
In the time of my parents, the sheep could graze in the steppe all year long. But for my generation, we can only leave them on the steppe from May to November. The rest of the time, from December to April, we keep them in pens so they don't eat the grass.
In May, when Moncre Lallet finally frees his herds from the pens where they've been closed up all winter, he only allows them a relative freedom. With his four-wheel drive, which has replaced the horse of his ancestors, he stops them from getting too close to the tree barrier. Unrestrained grazing is one of the major causes of desertification. In a few days, the hungry herd can eat all of the vegetation from a dune and give it over to the desert. The government has imposed very strict laws which govern the movements of the herds. In Mongolia, the isolated trees represent life's resistance to the desert. The oldest, those that have stood for hundreds of years, are called the trees of Genghis Khan, who is said to be buried at the foot of an isolated tree. They are the object of rites of devotion. This tree is over 1,000 years old. Today it is at the heart of a replanted area that was just sand a few years ago. This shepherd's house has been saved by Mr. Wong, the president of Ilion Industries, as a witness to past times.
This was the house of the Kupuchi Desert shepherd 20 years ago. He lived in the middle of the desert. We can imagine how he must have lived here. I too was born in the desert. I have the impression that from my birth I lived in a world of sand, so I can understand the life of the inhabitants here. However, according to history, during the Han Dynasty 2,200 years ago, this was all green fields. In the Kupuchi Desert, there were about 10 to 20,000 houses like this one over an area of around 18,600 square kilometers. They were destroyed, and the inhabitants moved.
In Inner Mongolia, as in Gansu, many peasant families have been rehoused in recently built cities. Mr. Chong has also moved and says he is happy in his new way of life. He stars in an advert sponsored by Elion Industries, which recounts the fight against desertification.
Look, there I am. He's called Chong Chiwa. The shepherds like to call him Chiwa because they see hope in him.
I'm really proud of you. You're doing a very difficult job.
Chiwang, Mr. Chung's first name, means hope in Chinese. In the popular imagination, Mr. Chung has become the example of a peasant on the side of Elion Industries.
You're famous now. You can read up there. The green dream of China is to transform this desert into an oasis.
We who are fighting the desert believe we can turn this dream into a reality. Some in the scientific community ask questions about the impact of these massive reforestation projects and ask whether it would not be better to put in place solutions on a smaller scale, more natural solutions. Parallel to the massive defense against deserts, the Chinese are also waging a technical and scientific war. At the oasis of Chaputu on the Western Front in the Tengger Desert, natural techniques are being experimented which favor the development of substrata in the sand that help trees to grow.
50 years ago, all that was to be found here was moving sand. Later on, we helped crusts of sand appear to cultivate trees that were resistant to an arid climate. Thanks to them, the ground became solid and lichen developed naturally. Lichen takes a while to get to the size of that one, which is 40 years old, but that's too long.
To accelerate the growth of the crusts and the lichen, scientists are now experimenting with the use of cyanobacteria. Cyanobacteria are very ancient organisms which have contributed to the expansion of the forms of life currently found on the Earth.
This artificial method for the development of lichen is faster than the natural cycle. Nowadays, it only takes 1 or 2 years for them to grow. We apply this method to large areas.
At regular intervals, scientists take samples of diverse parcels of land to measure the speed at which the lichens develop. Cyanobacteria is perfectly adapted for rapid and abundant multiplication. They reproduce as filaments. These knit into large networks which, by forming a solid crust, stabilize the sand. The crust forms a substrata upon which the lichen develops more rapidly and flourishes when it receives water.
Lichen makes a strong contribution to good ecosystem development. There are several functions, such as the diversification of biology. It offers good conditions for insects. During our studies, we've seen that lichen serves as a food source for them at certain times of year.
During reproduction, the beetle needs a lot of energy to introduce its long and pointed reproductive organ. The female digs a gallery to lay her eggs in safety. Thus, through its reproductive cycle, the beetle contributes to the expansion and diversification of cyanobacteria and to the development of the lichen, which is the foundation of this ecosystem.
We hope to be able to spread cyanobacteria by mechanical means in the 3 to 5 years to come. For example, if planes or vehicles could spread the cyanobacteria, we could apply this technique on a large scale. Before, this was just moving sand behind me. Thanks to 60 years of work, this place has become a fine green oasis.
This first experiment with biotechnology in a desert environment is promising. Thanks to this, the railway lines of the Tanger Desert are protected against the sand that periodically blocks them, disrupting traffic and entailing constant and very expensive clearing operations. Now the trains can circulate freely over thousands of kilometers. Lots of other research is being made in the technical and scientific domain, and the adventure has only just begun. If, for example, dune movement can be predicted, communication routes and public works as well as villages could be built out of their way. For several years, a Chinese and a French team have been working together on this question in an experimental site a few dozen kilometers away from Chapoutot.
So here we're going to measure at our experimental site the advance of the dunes and the displacement of the sand so as to see the effect of different winds on the different structures that we've placed here.
Okay. It's very important for Chinese people to understand the movement of the sand dunes, because we know there are 60 million Chinese people living in the oases, very close to the desert. So we can help the government to know where the best places to build the road, the city, for the sand barriers to protect and control this area.
We've taken a part of the desert and flattened it out so as to create the initial conditions from which the dunes develop, form and spread. Dunes can move in a direction which isn't the same as the wind, and so being able to anticipate the direction of spread of dunes is very important, as it allows us to say what areas will be covered in sand and will become desert.
The French and Chinese team have installed a network of cameras which take photographs automatically several times a day over a long period.
It's always a moment of great suspense. We're looking at the results of 6 months' work. This recording is very good. You can see clearly that the shape of the dune changes following the two winds, and you can also see the changing seasons and especially periods of snow and seasonal rains which stabilize the dune.
Filmed over a long time, the dunes no longer appear to be piles of inert sand, but mineral ensembles with their own life.
The grains, instead of being individual, well, they stick to each other with the rain and create collective behavior as well as these canyon-like landscapes.
The movement of the dunes sometimes produces a strange sound that is very musical. When it resonates, it seems as though the dunes are singing.
You see, and all along the face of the avalanche, multiple avalanches can be created. That means the dune moves.
In this frighteningly arid and deathly universe, as if by miracle, some islands of green remain.
Here we're in the middle of this great expanse of sand, and we can see a zone with vegetation, so there really is competition between the desert zone and the green zone. This is where the future of the desert is playing out. Finally, either the plants or the desert will dominate, and if the desert dominates, the plants will completely disappear.
The wind that blows upon the Tanger Desert is doubtless the worst enemy of the plants.
It's typically a wind from the northwest, a wind that comes from the interior of Siberia, a large depression which spreads outwards, and this causes the wind responsible for the sandstorms on Beijing. The sensors below there measure the wind every millisecond, and the sensors above, with the cups, they only measure it every second. We placed the box with the recording of data there less than an hour ago, and it has dropped very quickly because there's an enormous quantity of sand being carried by the wind. In this desert, the Chinese scientists didn't imagine that the dunes were of this type, and finally we managed to show that they were oblique dunes that formed an angle of between 75 and 15 degrees, with an average wind. Now we're capable of understanding the speed with which the dunes move and the direction in which they're moving. Our studies have allowed us to confirm that this desert, the Tanger Desert, is a reservoir of sand. This reservoir has a tendency to increase, and therefore that this desert has a tendency to spread.
The sandstorms that strike Beijing don't just drop sand on the city. They bring with them another menace, much more stealthy, which is salt. Lake Cheganur in Inner Mongolia is more than 500 kilometers from Beijing. Its waters have become so salty that the fish, once abundant, have completely disappeared. No boats sail here now. Beforehand, here, there was just water. How much has the lake lost?
The lake was 10 meters deep.
Has it lost a lot of surface area?
It has shrunk by about 40 to 50 square kilometers.
That's a big reduction.
Yes, because of the very dry climate.
There, that's a boat which was on the lake. But now, since the lake has dried up, the boat is stuck and it can't be got out. The ground, left behind by the drying out, is scoured by winds which blow incessantly. We're going to take some pH samples. How much do you think it is?
Very alkaline. Around 10.
The sediments, which are mud mixed with salt, produce extremely fine dust that takes flight easily and is carried by the wind over very long distances. Excessive pumping has dried out more than one salt lake, especially in Inner Mongolia. Mr. Chung is convinced that the exposure of immense surfaces saturated with salt is a new source of storms. Back in Beijing, he recovers dust from vehicles which were in the street the last time the wind blew. This is the dust that was on my car.
We're collecting this dust to know whether it comes from the deserts of Inner Mongolia, the Tanger, or the Endangering deserts. It's clear where it comes from. According to our results, the samples from the Salt Lake and in Beijing are similar. When the wind blows on the Salt Lake, it filters the dust from the ground. The finest particles, salt dust, flies over the tree barriers and stays in the air. The larger particles stay on the ground and make up desert sand. We've taken a lot of action against the dust of sandstorms, and we've had a lot of success. On the other hand, we've done little against the dust from salt lakes.
For several years, with the support of the local authorities, Chang has tried an original experiment at Lake Chaganour.
Follow the other tractor at a distance of between 5 to 10 meters. After that, make a round, staying on the exterior. We're sowing changpeng seeds. This plant can reduce the dust quantity in the air to improve the environments of Beijing and northern Chinese cities.
Changpeng is a plant that grows mainly in Asia. It rapidly develops many bulbs on salt-laden ground.
Changpeng is a plant which can stand the salinity of the salt lake earth, and once it has developed, it stops the dust from flying by creating a mesh of vegetation.
During its growth, Changpeng becomes a fine red color. Thanks to the plantations of earlier years, Mr. Chang estimates the number of particles carried by the wind from Lake Chaganour have been reduced by half. As well as that, Changpeng is edible. If it is harvested, the money earned from its sale will considerably reduce the cost of its plantation.
For the time being, we're planning the putting into practice of this method in other places, at first in Inner Mongolia. Then we'll move to the west. At the moment, the state is validating its application on a large scale.
The war against desertification is still far from being won. It will require the mobilization of considerable financial resources to construct the Great Green Wall in the many zones that feed the storms, and will take a lot of time. But a new factor risks making the task even more complicated. It is now known that climate disturbance leads to the worsening of natural catastrophes.
The yellow zone indicates the movement of the storm of 15th of April 2015. It's more intense than we've seen at Beijing for 10 years.
Desertification only exists in some regions of China, but it could have worldwide consequences. Sand, dust and salt pulled from the deserts and dried up lakes of China reach high-altitude winds and fall in Korea, Japan and even the United States. In this way, China's problem becomes the problem of us all. "75% of Australia is arid or semi-arid. Drought is frequent and intense. During the summer, temperatures can rise above 50 degrees Celsius in the shade, when there is any shade. Most of the inhabitants live near the coastline, where the climate is not so harsh. The heart of Australia is relatively flat. No mountains will attract the clouds. Rain is infrequent and capricious. Ancient and native flora has adapted to survive in this stressful climate, growing on poor soils and arid land. Animals once imported by the settlers are now wild and are devastating the landscape. Intensive cattle farming destroys the crust of an already dry and fragile soil. The earth has become sterile. Desertification intensifies. The Aboriginals were the first to live from the land and made the most of what nature offered to them. The colonists came with their European farming methods. Today, the Australian soil is depleted. To avoid disaster on this desert continent, everything needs to be rethought. But how and with who? The heart of Australia is the land of 10 deserts. The Great Desert of Victoria, the largest of them all, is as vast as Germany. Wildlife is in crisis. Sandstorms, intense wild bushfires, drought, flash floods, depleted soils. How did this continent country get to where it is today? When the indigenous population arrived 40,000 years ago, the country was covered with thick forests and was far greener than it is today. The Aboriginals lived from hunting and gathering, making do with whatever they found. Every source of protein was an opportunity. The English colonists did not see life in this way. Cook landed on the Australian coast in 1770, and the Crown of England took possession of the continent in 1788. Minerals and gold were discovered. The island seemed promising. Settlers flocked in great numbers and came with a wide variety of fauna that did not exist in Australia. This damaged native plants and wiped out local wildlife. Forests were logged to make place for farming. Disaster was underway.
This area was completely covered by a forest, and farmers would have cleared this forest to grow crops and pastures for the grazing of sheep and cattle. And this land would have originally been some of the most fertile land on the farm. So it would have been the land that was cleared first. This was the premium land.
So this would have been one of the best paddocks on the farm, wouldn't it? The house is there.
Yeah, the house is over there. This would have been fresh water. And they would have built here first because it would have been fantastic. This would have been a little paradise. They would have said, let's go here. Here we've got fresh water. This is the place for us.
The colonists that established their homes in this corner of Australia were convinced they were creating a new England, but their dream soon disappeared, eaten by salt.
Yeah. It's a piece of an old plough that has rusted away. In the funny way, the plough caused the problem of the salinity, and now the salinity is taking the plough. Look at the way it's just rusted, just completely rusted to pieces.
The salt that killed the farm has contaminated all the southwest region. Scientists estimate 5% of the southern lands of Australia is hit by high levels of salinity. The disaster is irreversible.
That is terrible. That's saltier than seawater. As the soils become more saline, that has a physiological effect on plants, causes a physiological drought.
The water table was once 50 metres deep. Today it is less than a metre from the surface.
Over the 30 or 40 or 50 years after the land was cleared, those water tables started to rise, bringing salt to the soil surface. And as you can see, when that water table gets close to the soil surface, you are having such devastating effects on the landscape that not only are crops no longer possible, but the native vegetation also begins to die out. This has become a desert. It's a saline crust. I think we came in with high expectations of what the landscape would deliver, and the consequences of that agricultural development only became apparent 50, 60 years later, and we're still living with that.
Nothing grows here. The land is abandoned. (2,500 kilometres to the east of Perth, in the zone north of Adelaide, entire villages are also abandoned.
They must have thought they was going to be here for a long time, the amount of work they put into it anyhow.
Farina was founded in 1878 by a group of farmers. 10 years later, it was already a thriving town with a school, a post office, a hospital, a police station, 2 churches, 2 hotels. Even the train came to Farina.
To see such a town, a big town, just disappear is just, it's just a sight to be seen, isn't it? You've got to see it to believe it. The amount of work that's gone into this town within, you know, you're only talking a sort of 50-year period, isn't it? From building a whole city, small city, like a small town, and then to actually, there's no one living here, just a ghost town.
In Farina, only the cemetery is still standing. What happened here?
In this country, they thought the rain was following the plough and there was going to turn into a huge agricultural area, so they were building it ready for when everyone grew the wheat, and it was just going to be probably like America where it did rain and all those towns are still there and are still viable. But here it just stopped raining.
The colonists realized too late that Australia was not America, and nor was it England. Here, the rains can fall for a decade, and everything is green. Without warning, the rain ceases, and the whole region is in a drought that can last for 10 years. The local farmers didn't see it coming to them.
I would like to say that it's not the beginning of the desert, but in the wrong season, it is the desert. So when you get those dry years and persistent hot winds, well, it turns into a desert.
Other villages in the region of Farina have come to the same end. In the 1850s, Kanyaka was the home to 70 families. 50,000 sheep grazed the land. All of these settlements were built on the same illusion. The climate is warmer than England, but obeys the same weather cycle.
When things are green, it's just very, very hard to think of it ever being arid. And that's the challenge in these areas, is that fact that it's fluctuating.
A few people had their doubts. Things couldn't be as simple as the settlers believed. In 1865, the government commissioned an English Surveyor General, George Gaudry. to map a boundary in southern Australia separating good farming land from ground liable to drought. Gaudry travelled over 3,000 kilometres on horseback, questioned the local Aboriginals and farmers, observed plant life, and drew a line that is still known today as Gaudry's Line. South of the line, rain is sufficiently regular. North of the line, rain is too unreliable to trust. Farmers did not take the line seriously. Farina and other deserted villages are 300 kilometres from the line drawn by Gaudry, in an area where he officially discouraged settlement, the planting of crops, and farming.
Ignoring Gaudry's advice led to untold hardship for some people. There was this really strong sense of boosterism, that this colony could survive, that we could, by farming methods, by planting trees, we could improve the rainfall. It was an early idea of climate change and human-induced climate change, but humans were going to improve the climate by cultivation and bringing European farming systems to this arid area.
The farmers of Farina and their neighbours were blinded by their pride.
When the people come from England, they found that this country here was easy to clear, a lot easier than further south in the higher rainfall. And people told them, and it was at that stage, we had a number of years that were above average. So they thought that, well, why would they go down there and try and clear massive trees when they could come up here and dig it up with a plough relatively easy? So they sort of got us sucked into a false sense of security.
Over the centuries, the indigenous people have learned the importance of water. For example, they know that this hole in the ground is in reality a natural well, one of many found throughout Australia. Most farmers still use the high productivity agricultural model that spoils the fragile land and wildlife due to the specific Australian climate. The country has become a gigantic producer of fresh meat.
$258 Zincaline, Silla, $258 till Dundana, $256.
104 million animals are bred, mainly for export. If we were to take into account the damaged soil caused by today's grazing methods, we would realise that the price to pay for an Australian beefsteak would be exorbitant.
"40 years ago, my idea is that everyone owned not enough country, and the only way they could try and survive is by having a lot of livestock on not enough country, and of course the country was always bare.
Despite the damage of such farming methods, this devastating logic seems unstoppable. In the heart of Australia, herds of cattle are free to roam over thousands of kilometres. Starving animals graze the few plants they come across to the bare ground. Their hooves smash the fragile topsoil. After their visit, the earth is stripped, ready to lift off in the next sandstorm. In these semi-arid zones, the cattle are always on the limit of survival, and despite such vast farming areas, when the drought is set to last, it is still not enough to save them.
You're working in a desert, it's arid, but it's what's underneath the ground that is where allows you to be long-term sustainable in the desert. It's understanding what the root system is doing to this. It looks dead. You know, you have a look at all. There's only a little bit of growth, that one there dead. but they're all in the same stages. This landscape is in good condition. All we need is the rain. That's the secret of it.
Severe drought has hit the country since the turn of the century, and the situation is getting out of control.
We've gone from probably 40 mils in some rain gauges, which is just on 2 inches for the year, and other places have had 4 to 5 inches. So it's just manoeuvring those cattle around where the feed is and making sure you're looking after the landscape for long-term sustainability. You've got to make sure that you're counting what fodder you have and calculating the kilos of animal and what you can run on how many acres you've got.
When heavy and abundant rain returns, Rick Britton won't hesitate to triple his cattle. From a herd of 3,000 heads, it will grow to 9,000. If some ranchers can still juggle with the drought, as difficult as it may be, others have already got both feet stuck in the mud.
This old cow was only 6 years old.
380 cows from his herd died through starvation and thirst.
We're at the end of our wet season, so to speak, or when we're supposed to get our rain, and we haven't seen any yet. Even if it does rain in winter, it won't rain grass.
The farmers of the area are forced to sell their reproductive cows, the key to their breeding program.
We're selling all these female cattle, and they're chopping their heads off and they're grinding them up and they're feeding them to the Americans and to the Chinese in hamburgers. And once a female cow's had her head chopped off, she's not going to breed another calf.
The bitter irony of Richard measures his gloom. For the past 3 years, he has not made a single dollar of profit from his farm. Quite the opposite. Just like all of the other farmers, he is heavily in debt. Richard and neighbouring farmers at Longreach in Queensland are doing what they can to save their cattle by sending them closer to the coast, thousands of kilometres from their ranch. Cows roam along the roadside in search of greener food. Cowboys watch over the herd's rambling as best they can. The herd is under transfusion. Trucks deliver fresh water to the thirsty cows twice daily. Farming methods imported from England have reached their limits.
The writing's on the wall. I just can't keep putting my hand in my pocket. I've got nothing more. I can't borrow any more money. I can't keep going on with this.
Longreach was once the capital of cattle and wool. Today, the town is dying. The property market is in despair. The livestock that once packed the stalls for the marketplace have vanished in hot air. Farmers are bankrupt. Banks are seizing their properties, ranches with little or no value.
Men, you know, they get depressed and they're not talking to anyone, and of course, you know what happens. They just think that it's better they're out of it. all getting hungry. Everyone's getting hungrier. If it's not for food, it's for money. And it's pretty scary.
Another unexpected curse burdens Australia, a country still paying for the mistakes the colonists made. Camels are not native to Australia, even if the geography and the climate are appropriate for them. Back in the times before tarmac roads, the colonists imported camels from Afghanistan and India. They were used to cart goods across country on dirt tracks. When trucks were introduced, the camels were left to their own fate. They returned to the wild, where their numbers dramatically increased. Over 1 million of them devastate the center and west of the continent, their numbers doubling every 10 years. Local vegetation is not adapted to the grazing of these imported animals and suffers from their predation. As the drought settles in, the mammals infest pools of spring water, deteriorate and pollute them at prejudice to other species. When dying of thirst, instinct of survival turns them into highly aggressive beasts, entering villages and breaking anything that carries water: toilets, air conditioners, reservoirs, water pumps.
It's a problem that really snuck up on us, and I think the reason for that is that a lot of the camels are out of sight and out of mind, and there wasn't really a strong appreciation of how quickly the population was increasing and by virtue of that, the impacts that they were having, until it really started to happen around human habitation.
Hordes of wild camels became a pest for the remote Aboriginal villages in the heart of the country. Damaged equipment was expensive to replace for these communities with limited resources. The Arid Zone Research Institute was in charge of the problem. In 2010, the government-funded camel culling program came into action. A 170,000 camels were shot dead in less than 5 years.
When the animals get to high numbers, something has to be done, because at the end of the day, if you don't, a lot of them die anyway due to thirst and starvation.
The whole of the southwest of Australia is under severe drought, including the coastal zones and the city of Perth, the capital of Western Australia.
The 100-year average runoff into our dams is 350 billion litres per year. Last year we got 11. So it's gone from 350 billion litres to 11 billion litres. That is a phenomenal change in water supply in a very short period of time.
The country has few options. The scarcity of rain has forced them to desalinate seawater, turning it into fresh water. The plant at Binningup supplies drinking water to Perth and the region. Several different techniques can be used to produce drinking water from seawater. The modern Binningup plant uses a method called reverse osmosis. It is reliable and relatively inexpensive. 140,000 cubic meters of fresh water are produced daily.
The desalination plant is like a filter. We have water from the sea coming in, and if you think of a water molecule as the size of a ping pong ball, a salt molecule is the size of a tennis ball. So when that water goes at high pressure through the filter, the water goes through and the salt stays behind.
Perth has a population of over 2 million inhabitants, and the number is forecast to double by 2050. Does this mean more desalination plants will be required to enable citizens to carry on sprinkling their lawn?
More and more people does not mean more and more water. Our population has grown by 1/3 in the last 10 years. Our per capita water use has dropped by 1/3. So the people of Perth use 1/3 less water each than they did 10 years ago. So we have educated the community and worked with the community to never waste water and to understand how precious water is. Our future planning assumes no rain ever again.
Kilometres of pipelines cross Western Australia, bringing drinking water to the population. Desalination plants are accused of burning up precious energy. The authorities say it is the price to pay to stop the whole area from drying up. The Binning Up plant is run on clean energy produced by wind turbines that help preserve the environment. At Port Augusta, in southern Australia, a group of investors are exploring another technological possibility to resolve some of the difficulties the country is facing. In this arid landscape lies a pilot research centre with a greenhouse of 2,000 square metres. Growing inside are hundreds of plants that seem oblivious of the outside weather constraints.
We use concentrated solar power, concentrating the sun's thermal energy. We use thermal desalination, basically boiling salt water to make fresh water. And we use a steam turbine to generate electricity.
After a successful 5-year trial period, Sundrop Farms are moving to a new, larger scale. Four giant greenhouses, each covering 5 hectares, are under construction. 880,000 tomato plants will grow here, producing 10% of the country's needs. Water is pumped from the nearby ocean, and solar energy is captured by 23,000 mirrors, individually controlled by GPS for optimum efficiency.
This will be certainly the largest sustainable solar thermal powered agricultural facility in the world.
Drip irrigation, nutritive transfusion, controlled temperature. The tomatoes produced by Sundrop Farms may well be tasty, but it remains highly unlikely that such brilliant technology will be sufficient to feed the whole of the Australian continent. Today, most Australian farmers feel trapped in a cul-de-sac.
About 20% of the landscape has gone saline, so we can't crop it, so we can't put it back to how it was before. And we've been looking for salt-tolerant plants that are nutritious and productive.
99% of agriculture in Australia is based on plants that are brought in from overseas, foreign plants, very, very few exceptions.
It's time for researchers to return to the deserts and take a closer look at local plant species that have been scorned and neglected for far too long. Some in particular have survived the climate and are food for the wildlife. For the past decade, a group of scientists from various fields of study have collected and tested over 60,000 plants.
If anyone comes to you and says, I have the right plant that will provide a total ration for sheep, they're a liar. There is no such plant. What we are after are combinations of plants, mixtures of plants.
The old man saltbush, known as a Triplex nummularia by scientists, has several qualities the team are looking for.
This plant is a desert plant from the middle of Australia.
A perfect example of how native plants adapt to the continent's severe climate conditions.
We can have them here in 100 millimetres of rainfall, and that doesn't worry them too much. You could say that the rainfall in our agricultural zone is more than these plants are used to. So we're not worried that they'll survive. We know they're going to survive. They're a native plant.
The secret of a triplex nummularia is hidden in its roots that can plunge 10 meters beneath ground surface in their hunt for water, pushing the water table down whilst lowering salt levels at the surface. To measure the efficiency of the plant on the soil's salinity, the team has planted hundreds of bushes of a triplex. Their discovery interests local farmers. Growing a triplex could be a good nutritive food substance, essential for cattle over dry periods.
These shrubs are already adapted to the worst case scenarios that we might expect with climate change in this part of the world.
While a triplex nummularia brings promising results for the near future, it will not be sufficient to nourish all of Australia's cattle. Even if it could, it is never wise to put all the eggs in one basket. Research on native species continues more intensively than ever. Another native plant interests the farmers. It's called Mitchell grass, a plant whose qualities were already recognized in the mid-19th century by Scottish explorer Thomas Mitchell. Like many local species, it was then ignored and forgotten about. Mitchell grass flourishes on the most difficult and hard-hit soils, especially clay soil.
It's an incredibly tough plant, very well suited to surviving in drought and desert conditions. It's an Australian native that over millions of years has evolved so that it stores energy reserves. These little rhizomes are absolutely full of starch, which allows the plant to actually regrow, even after severe drought. Individual plants can live 30, 35 years, perhaps even longer.
Dr. David Phelps is collecting samples from each field of experimentation.
What we're really interested in knowing is how much seed from the Mitchell grass, which is our preferred native grass, is actually here in the pasture. Once we have an estimate of how much seed is there, we can tell the graziers how well their country should respond once the drought does actually break. And more importantly, how long they need to rest their country before they actually bring cattle or sheep back onto it, because we need to let those seedlings get established and start to grow before there's too much grazing pressure on them.
Scientists are not alone in the quest to improve the land for the breeding of cattle. Farmers are also experimenting with a holistic and empiric approach.
The piece of country that my father had, he didn't believe you could ever eat it out. And he did. He ate it to bare ground. Almost every year cattle died because of lack of nutrition. So you can imagine the disaster that came when he'd produced a man-made drought. Eventually nearly everything died.
When Bob's father moved here in 1920, the landscape was green and the soil was fertile. He put too much cattle on the land and it was the beginning of the end.
This is hard.
Just like concrete.
Just like concrete. Nothing's going to grow in this, is it? Oh.
On a hot day, the surface temperature of that is 60 degrees.
Right.
Plants cannot grow.
No, it's too hot.
Too hot. This piece here was closed down for 25 years with no change. So and if you do nothing about that, it will not change. Well, you can see what happens here. Wind, if it's strong enough, will take that off.
Overgrazing has left many large red-hot patches throughout Australia on which nothing will grow.
You have an A, B, C horizon. The A horizon is what plants like. The B horizon contains minerals and stuff, but it doesn't have the organic matter or anything that plants need.
You'll have the minerals, but you won't have anything else. It's missing all those other vital sources, and so you can rip it up with any machine that you like and turn it into a pseudo-looking soil, but it's not going to grow.
You are still ripping a soil that plants don't want to grow on.
And you can put as much water onto it, still nothing will grow.
It's a very poor soil. And people come and they think that you can apply the same approach, the approach that is used in other countries, to Australia. It doesn't work.
Bob inherited the ranch from his father in 1960. At the time, the ranch was in a poor and desperate state. Today, he is convinced it's man's greed that turned the soil into a desert. For over 50 years, with his wife's full support in remote Central Australia, Bob has worked relentlessly, applying scientific research to the field. He has the intention of developing a sustainable land management program. Step by step, with his holistic approach, he pinpoints a 4-point strategy. Step number 1, keep ahead of scientific research and adapt its findings to fieldwork.
We took all the advice that people could give. You must realise that we started from being absolutely broke.
Step number 2, seek and find a nutritious plant that is drought resistant.
We tried 60 species other than the natives because the native seed source was gone. And of those 60s, one success, 59 failures.
Step number 3, reduce cattle numbers.
What was the original government stocking rates for this size of property?
3,000.
3,000, and you now have only 1/10 of those now?
We have 300 on that equivalent piece of ground.
Right.
Step number 4, stop fertile topsoil from disappearing. Bob came up with the idea of building banks around the most affected areas to stop the wind from blowing essential topsoil away.
It is creating a new surface to which plants can attach themselves. You are building a new A horizon. You are stopping the loss of topsoil, and that's the result. Whereas out there, that is still losing the topsoil. Well, nobody that I knew did this.
So you can continue having good cattle on areas that were completely lost.
Remember that everything died here once.
Yes, of course.
I had no one to talk to about this. If you're coming up with an idea, there's very few people you can discuss that with because they know you're an idiot. If you show this to people, they say, how many more cattle can we run on that to make more money?
Yes.
And they will come and eat that, strip that off, and next thing they have where they started. They've got to be not greedy.
Thanks to 40 years of intense effort and his curiosity and creativity, Bob has succeeded in re-establishing a natural balance that his father once compromised. He is a free but lonesome soul in a world where greed and profit repeatedly win against ecology. To manage the landscape, the Aboriginals call upon their long-time ally, fire. Local authorities used to condemn their behavior, judged too dangerous, but today their position has turned. They have understood that traditional patchwork burning comes from good knowledge of the landscape.
We make fires to encourage the growth of food plants, like bush tomatoes. We make fires to encourage the growth of green grass, so that the kangaroos can eat. The country becomes new from the blackened earth.
Controlled patchwork fires are also a good way to reduce the quantity of combustible matter that ignites when lightning strikes, creating devastating fires. Spontaneous and intense bushfires burn out all plant life, whereas traditional burning often spares the active cells. Specialist in the ecology of bushfires, Dr. Robert Boyd has studied patchwork burning as done by Aboriginals. Where fire has not struck, flourishes a desert plant called spinifex.
Spinifex grasslands, they occupy the driest, hottest, most extreme environments in Australia.
To enforce their domination, Dr. Boyd suspects spinifex produces an allelopathic chemical substance, meaning one that poisons or suffocates other plants in the vicinity.
They are able to suppress other plants from growing.
A spinifex can reach the height of 2 meters, a diameter of 5 meters, and their roots have been found as deep as 30 meters below the surface. Their stems can become so hard they can pierce the reservoir of a vehicle, and so dry they can ignite in a flash.
Just below the soil surface, there can be up to 20, 25, 30 even different species of plant existing as seeds, just waiting for the right conditions to happen. When you get a fire come through in these spinifex grasslands, the spinifex grasses are killed, and all of a sudden there's the competition is removed, there's nutrients released in the ash into the soil, competition for water is reduced, and when the rains come along, these other plants are able to germinate and grow, and so all of a sudden the desert becomes a garden.
Aboriginals harvest the grassy spinifex seeds to make bush bread. When necessary, they set fire to the plant to free the soils from their suffocating domination.
High-intensity fires cause a lot more soil heating, and seeds of all these plant species that are existing in the soil under these high-temperature conditions, a high proportion of them are killed off, and there's just no food around for Aboriginal people to eat. So fire and humans really go hand in hand in spinifex landscapes. I think this seed has been cooked by the fire. I think it's dead. The fire was too hot, or this was too close to the surface.
Despite the chaos of a tormented colonial past, the Aboriginals have kept their know-how. It took over a century for the value of their savoir-faire to be recognized. Today, scientists are interested in the knowledge the Aboriginals have acquired by living in the desert for 40 or 50,000 years. In a struggle to better understand their deserts, the Australian government started the Bush Blitz project, a vast wildlife inventory program. It is estimated that 3/4 of the 750,000 species of the continent remain unknown.
We're going to be working in one of the most remote areas of Australia and also one of the most extreme environments in the world. Each team will be issued with a survival kit, satellite phone to take...
An expedition of 20 scientists explore the heart of the Gibson Desert. Their base camp is set up at Kiwikura, the most remote Aboriginal village in Australia, now an Indigenous protected area. The scientists are counting on some of the elder members of the community to help them. Josephine and her family were amongst the last Aboriginal nomads. She remembers the true science of the bush, one that her parents taught her. Survival in the desert may require a healthy body, but it would be impossible to exist without an intimate knowledge of the bush.
So here just walking? And you grab him?
I drag him dinner.
Dinner.
Australia has many different species of lizards, and many remain unknown.
Vent length is 245. So we take a little bit of the tail for a tissue sample?
Yeah.
This specimen is a blue-tongue lizard, still a juvenile. In the desert, survival can depend on a lizard that you know how to catch. The scientists are also studying entomophagy, or the use of comestible insects as a food source. The Aboriginals eat the larvae of beetles, honey ants, and witchetty grub, which is the larva of a moth.
When it gets a bit dry and so on, and they have trouble finding kangaroos or lizards and so on, they can rely on these. And they are full of protein and some very good fats. Western science recognises one species of witchetty grub, but the Aborigines recognise many, and I suspect there could be a number of species across the central deserts. There could be 20, 30 species.
Working with the Aboriginals it's really it's humbling in a lot of ways, because they know how to survive here. They know how to find food where we think there's no food. We don't see water, they find water. They're resourceful. They're brilliant at tracking animals. This is their land. They're part of it. They know how to live here. And you kind of feel like a child when you come to a place like this and you see how adept they are and how little we know.
During a helicopter flight across the Gibson Desert, the scientific team discovers a lake that is not on any of their geographical maps, nor any satellite image. The whole zone is abundant with life in this unbelievable oasis.
The last thing I expected was to be standing in water in the middle of the desert. Isn't that brilliant? That's brilliant.
This island of plants bubbling with life, set in a landscape scorched by the heat, gives a deep feeling of unreality.
It shows that life persists, even in places that you think are unlivable. It brings you hope. You know, you just have to wait for the rain.
Scientists don't know what impact the desert has on droughts, or what impact the desert has on the massive fires that destroy homes. We don't even know if it's expanding or not. And that's why we're here, to try and find that out, to try and help put the pieces of the puzzle together.
Australia finally recognises that Aboriginals, who know the bush better than anyone, can help rethink life in the immensity of Central Australia. A place the colonists once thought they could master, and that today is slipping out of control. end of the 20th century, a new desert appeared in the heart of Central Asia. Just 40 years ago, these sandy wastes, stretching out to the horizon, were covered with water. The world's youngest desert, ARALKUM, is the result of an ecological catastrophe which has led to the disappearance of 3/4 of the Aral Sea.
The drying up of the Aral Sea was the biggest environmental destruction of the 20th century.
At the start of the 2000s, we could still swim off this coast.
Scientists are closely studying the climatic and environmental upheavals caused by the formation of this new desert.
Every third day, you have salt sand storm.
Can humanity repair the disaster that it has brought about? All of the specialists know that it will be difficult to return to the original natural environment. The challenge is now to build new balances by preserving oases of life in the midst of this desert. When a sea disappears to leave in its place a desert, it leaves traces behind. Nikolai Aladin has been fighting for over 30 years against the advance of the Aral Desert. Each time he comes to the dried-up bed of the old sea, he is struck by the desolate scene.
When I came here first in 1978, this area, this beautiful bay, was covered by water. And here was a lot of reeds, a lot of life, lots of fishes, aquatic birds. And now it is just a desert, the dry bottom of Aral Sea. Today, the coastline of the modern Aral is about 25 kilometers away.
Sited in the heart of Central Asia, the Aral Sea was the 4th largest interior sea in the world. In 1963, it covered 66,000 square kilometers, the equivalent of twice the size of Belgium. In 50 years, it has lost 3/4 of its surface area. The ambitious irrigation project launched in the 1950s by the Soviet Union was the main cause of this inexorable drying up. To cultivate the white gold of cotton, which requires a lot of water, many irrigation channels were dug along the Amu Darya and Syr-Darya rivers. It was this that reduced their flow tenfold in a few decades. Often, in their downstream part, close to the sea, the rivers are reduced to small stretches of water. As the sea was no longer being supplied, it began to quickly dry up. The landscape was completely changed. The cranes of the port of Aralsk are frozen in time. The wrecks of boats aground in the midst of desolate wastes testify to this impressive phenomenon of desertification. These rusty shells now serve as shelters for herds of horses come to seek a little shade. Once the process of drying up had begun, it became a vicious circle. The diminishing water surface generated less condensation, so there was less precipitation. A thick crust of salt formed on the dried-up seabed. This concentrated salt filled the air and sterilized the soil. Vegetation became more rare and no longer produced water vapor. This chain of phenomena added to the continental climate of this region of Central Asia, which was already very dry. Specialists say 80% of the surface of Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan is arid or semi-arid. Scientists are watching the climate's evolution in this region closely. Professor Aladdin is going to the Aralsk weather station to meet its director and to recover some data with him.
What's the minimum temperature in winter?
Minus 35 degrees.
Oh, right, 35 degrees. And in summer, how high does it get?
As high as 43.
Thermal amplitude between seasons continues to increase. The sea no longer has a tempering effect. The average summer month temperature has increased by as much as 6 degrees in some areas in only 40 years. The stronger rays of the sun have had an effect on ground temperature, and not just at the surface.
There are the thermometers that give the temperature below ground level. This is the deepest one. It's at 2 meters 40. We'll see how much it says. 19.6.
How is the climate evolving around the town of Aralsk?
Since the sea has gone, the climate has changed. It's always windy in winter and summer, with many sandstorms.
Once wind speed rises past 55 kilometers per hour, which is a force 7 wind, the National Kazakh Climate Institute records it as a sandstorm.
We have sand, salt storm nearly every third day.
This zone of marine soil open to the sky has become a gigantic wind tunnel which carries 200,000 tons of sand and salt particles a day.
In Kazakhstan, sandstorms are a very frequent phenomenon, which causes a lot of damage to the country's economy. That's why we've been performing experiments in our institute for 40 years.
At the Almaty Institute of Climate and Ecology Research, Professor Oleg Semenov and his team use laboratory simulations to analyze how sandstorms form and move.
There are a great many sand deposits here in Kazakhstan. These samples come from different regions, and you can see that the grains of sand are different sizes and they have various colors. This sample was collected from the dried-up Aral seabed. Now I'm going to analyze this sand to find out its dispersion capacity. I'll put it in this device, which will give us an idea of what type of sand grains the sample is made of, by sifting them according to size.
The two main factors which play a role in sandstorm formation are the composition of the sand and wind speed.
This aerodynamic tunnel allows us to study the physics of sandstorms in the laboratory. In particular, the behavior of the superficial layer of sand down to a level of 5 centimeters. This layer in nature is impossible to study during a sandstorm.
The sand is placed at the end of the tunnel. A flow of air, the force of which can be regulated, passes over the sand. A laser beam can track the moving grains of sand. Sensors placed at different points of the tunnel collect data such as the concentration of sand particles, their size, altitude, and speed of displacement. The experiment can measure, according to wind speed, the size of sand particles which are carried away, their density at different altitudes above the ground, and what average distance they travel. Professor Semenov has therefore been able to show that during a sandstorm, the sand advances in the same way as an avalanche does. The lighter particles are raised up and push the heavier ones. These laboratory simulations have allowed a better understanding of what is happening in nature, how these winds are changing the landscape through erosion and dune formation, sometimes carrying the sand over distances of many hundred kilometers. If the winds have important effects on nature, they also have an effect on the region's population. Akesbe is one of the villages severely hit by the effects of sandstorms. The advance of the desert here is spectacular. Once at the edge of the sea, the village is now encircled by dunes. Some of the houses are beginning to be swallowed by the sand. In 20 years, the living conditions of the region's inhabitants have been totally changed. The human impact of the drying up of the Aral Sea is being studied by scientists who come here to collect eyewitness accounts. Tetsuro Shida, historian at the University of Hokkaido, regularly visits the inhabitants of Akesbe.
Hello, Taspalatata. How are you?
Great.
You're fixing the nets? So there are fish?
Yes, it's great. We found fish. Perch.
Ah, perch. That's an expensive fish, isn't it?
Yes, it's worth a lot.
In spite of what might be expected in this village encircled by sand, some inhabitants haven't given up fishing. Up to the middle of the 1970s, Akesbe lived through this activity. There were even 3 fish canneries. When the sea moved away, 3/4 of the population left. Only a few families remained in the hostile environment. For the villagers who didn't move into exile, livestock became an indispensable resource. However, a few inhabitants kept on fishing in the sea by going further and further away. Nowadays, some families like Taspalatata's live both from fishing and livestock.
Which is the better resource, fish or camels?
Ah, camels.
How many camels do you have?
15, maybe 20.
Do you think in the future there'll be more fish?
If the sea comes back, there'll be more.
The return of the sea isn't such an unreal dream as all that, because for several years, the sea has once again been moving closer to Akesbe. On the north coast, the level of the Aral Sea is rising, and this isn't happening by accident. The Kazakh authorities realized the extent of the catastrophe and are trying to limit the consequences. Built in 2005 at the mouth of the Sahara River, the Kokaral Dam separates the north part of the sea from the south. It is completed by a 13-kilometer-long dike, which stops the water from flowing to the south, where it would drain away uselessly into what has become a desert. The aim is to save at least part of the sea by holding it back and allowing it to concentrate water in the north. This part, which is now called the Little Aral Sea, has regained 20% of its surface area thanks to the building of the dam. Biodiversity is progressively being reborn thanks to the rise in water level. Humid areas of marshland, essential for the balance of the region's ecosystems, have been gaining ground for several years. Each year, Professor Aladin takes samples in this part of the sea. He's especially interested in the microorganisms that are living here since the dam's construction. Phytoplankton and zooplankton are microscopic vegetable and animal species, and their presence is a sign of the good health of the area. These tiny creatures are the base of the food chain.
I could see a lot of zooplankton and phytoplankton. And zooplankton is presented here by lots of copypoda, lots of cladocera, some protozoans. And these creatures are a basement for a good food chain. This area is rich in life and biodiversity because of lower salinity.
In 10 years, the salt concentration in the water has dropped by half. Reeds and a wide variety of aquatic plants have multiplied in the shallow waters newly reconquered by the sea. They offer a favorable habitat to fish and to many species of birds. This return of aquatic life also means hope for the populations living on these coasts. The fishermen are coming back little by little. The nets are filling once more with different kinds of fish. The number of species, which fell from 32 to 6 between 1960 and 1990, has risen to around 20 now. The fishermen are seeing very concrete signs of the rebirth of the sea.
This year there's more water. A year ago, the water was further off, there behind the boat. This year, it's back. Life has got better. We're fishing for roach, bream, and brill.
The level of salinity in the north part of the Aral Sea has gone back to the level it had before it dried up. Sometimes the concentration of salt is so weak that it approaches that of fresh water. This is allowing species of river fish once more to spread out from the Sahara Delta. Fish which had disappeared, like pike perch, carp, or bream, once again live in the waters of the Little Sea. in order to stabilize the sea level independently of the seasonal impacts and also to optimize the water supply from the Ciudaria, another large hydrographic project was begun. Sited 15 kilometers upstream from the Ciudaria Delta, the Aklak Dam was finished in 2013. It allows the river's flow of water to be regulated and the riverbed is better channeled. A special ramp which allows fish to travel upstream was put in place. This dam has also permitted the creation of reservoirs of water for neighboring villages. The management programs undertaken over 10 years in the Ciudaria Delta could even lead to the return of water to ARALKUM. On the old seafront, several old fishing boats act as a museum and celebrate the golden age of the town. Once, this main port for the northern Aral Sea flourished. Much merchandise passed through here, and fishing was an essential part of the local economy. Since the sea dried up, ARALKUM has declined over the decades. Today, it's a dusty town in the middle of the arid steppes. But behind the current decay is a hidden hope, for the sea is gaining ground. Ten years ago, the sea was over 100 kilometers from ARALKUM. Now, it's just 15 kilometers away. The return of the sea has become a public objective. Soon the cows grazing in the port may be replaced by aquatic birds. They're already taking the benefit of any available pool of water. As the sea gets closer, life returns little by little. In the north part of the sea, the rising water has started a virtuous circle for humans and for nature. But further south, it's a very different sight. Here, only the shells half buried in the dry sand remind us of the presence of the sea. Desert wastes, lunar landscapes extend as far as the eye can reach. There's no hope of seeing water return here now. From now on, the challenge is to limit the impact of desertification. Koch is the Assistant Director of the Aral Region Natural Reserves. With the Geobotanical Institute of Almaty, he is coordinating a vast program of vegetalization in the Aral Desert.
Here the water level fell in the 1990s. Since the drying up recently, the salt concentration in the soil is still high.
In order to reintroduce vegetation in such a hostile environment, scientists have selected a special type of tree.
The saxaul is a tree that is particularly well adapted to the desert. In its natural state, it is found in very arid and dry places. Its main advantage is that it can survive without water. It adapts to drought because it can optimize the slightest available resource to ensure its survival. And it also helps other plants and grasses to grow nearby, protected by its shade.
The saxaul stocks water in its roots, stems, and leaves. It concentrates moisture in its structure, but around it, humidity is also created. It's an ideal plant to create islands of vegetation with a rapid development cycle.
These saxauls were planted in 2010. After the sea dried up, there wasn't a single plant here. When we planted them, they were only 20 centimeters high, about as high as that.
The first results from these plantations have been rather encouraging.
At present, we can say there's been an increase in the different species of plants. The saxauls are developing from year to year. Their seeds spread out and take root. These naturally sown seeds allow new trees to grow. By extending out little by little, the saxauls stop the dust from spreading when the winds are strong.
These bushes, with very deep roots, help fight erosion by securing the sandy soil.
The experimental research we're conducting is especially to plant our saxauls in desert areas where the soil is of very poor quality, and there is absolutely no vegetation.
The aim is to plant a sufficient number of plots to start a natural process of growth that moves out from them.
We've begun work to transform the dried-up soil of the Aral Sea into saxaul forests. To fight against the advance of the desert, thousands of trees must be planted on the old seabed. It's true, it will take a lot of effort to grow entire forests in such a place. But we think it'll work. They will grow.
At the end of the 1980s, the Aral Sea broke into two parts, the Little Sea in the north and the Great Sea in the south. Since the Kokaral Dam was built, the Great Sea was cut off from all water supplied from the north. It was only fed by the Amu Darya in the south, where the delta was slowly and inevitably drying up. Between 1960 and 2005, the level of the Great Sea had fallen by an average of 23 meters. If the surface area and depth of the sea fall below a certain point, the drying up process becomes difficult to stop.
I was here just 2 years ago, and where I'm standing right now talking to you, it was water. And look, now is water far away.
The spectacular fall of the water level has profoundly changed the chemical balance of the sea. On each of his expeditions, Professor Aladdin measures the main parameters that indicate how the situation is evolving.
I'm measuring salinity, and salinity here is about 164 microsiemens. In ordinary way to say, it is more than 100 grams per liter. In world ocean, we have about 35 grams per liter. So it's a critical environment. Only few living creatures could live here.
Amongst the creatures that live in this part of the Aral Sea are Artemia. These tiny creatures can be seen by the pink masses that they form in the water and on the banks. Professor Aladdin regularly takes samples of them to analyze the evolution of living creatures that adapt to this hypersalinated water.
Only Artemia and some salt-tolerant algae and some tolerant bacteria are living here. The food chain is very short here.
However, Artemia were not originally part of the population of the Aral Sea.
Artemia in this lake in Large Aral appeared about 20 years ago, and probably these creatures came to here by air. Cysts of Artemia arrived together with birds. Birds carry Artemia cysts and they release them into the water, and Nauplea of Artemia starts hatched here. So this lake become infected by Artemia because of birds.
The ecological balance of the Great Aral Sea has radically changed in a few decades. Its transformation into a salty hell has led to the development of little extremophile crayfish, which are the only meal available for the birds. Endemic species of fish have all disappeared. Aquatic life has been reduced to colonies of tiny crayfish. Before drying out, that which remains of the Great Aral Sea becomes little by little a liquid desert, and then sand and arid wastes that stretch as far as the eye can see. In the southern part, where the desert is rapidly gaining ground, drought is becoming more and more menacing for the population living in the region. Here, access to water is becoming a major problem. The underlying water table has dropped in an alarming way, and the few wells which supply the villages with water have an increasing concentration of salt. The Aral Sea has also an effect over distance on reserves of water at the highest level. Salt-laden winds from the Aral Desert hit the mountains of Tian Shan, where the Amu Darya and Siadaria rivers are born. The salt in the air is melting the glaciers 12 times faster today than before the sea dried up. This effect, accompanied by global warming, will be disastrous for the glacial reserve of water for the rivers, which will dwindle not only downstream but also upstream at their source. Even if the future is dark, a glance back at the past shows that the history of this sea has already been marked by spectacular drying episodes. This history can be read by analyzing geological layers and fossils.
It's a very good stone. It gives me story of this area. And this area is a key for understanding the past of this lake. In this stone, I could detect shells of ostracods.
These microcrustaceans were once common in all the world's oceans.
Ostracods is extremely good paleoenvironmental indicator of the paleosalinity, the paleotemperature, and very many other parameters of this area in the previous period. And we need to know the past, because if you would like to forecast the future, you need to know the background and everything recorded in these layers.
Professor Junpei Kubota has long been interested in the eventful history of this sea and the signs that allow us to retrace its past.
Over a period of time that goes from less than 2,000 years ago to now, we know that the sea has already had 4 major episodes of drying up.
Proof exists of these periods of desertification. Some of this has been revealed very recently. At the start of the 21st century, when the Great Aral Sea dried up in a spectacular way, a site previously drowned in 20 meters of water emerged.
The site of Gaudry was discovered completely by chance by a fisherman. Then, research teams came from Russia and Kazakhstan, and archaeological surveys were made. These showed that the place had been inhabited and the population practiced livestock raising and agriculture. Remains showing that a mosque was built on the site were also found.
The discovery of this 13th century medieval site proves that at the time the sea level was comparable to that of now, and that populations had established themselves on the dried up seabed. This drying up coincided with the Mongol invasions of the region. According to historians and geologists, destruction of dikes and drainage channels in the Amu Darya Delta changed the course of the river towards the Caspian Sea. The river no longer fed the Aral Sea. Later, when the dikes were reconstructed, the sea level rose again and Gaudry was swallowed by the water. Today, the site of the survey undertaken in 2009 is covered by sand. Only an alert eye can spot a few clues lost in the desert. Selim, who guides groups of tourists in the region, sometimes finds relics that were missed by the archaeologists.
This piece, as I understand, it's a part of the grain that the nomads used for graining the wheat. Most of the things were taken to the museums by archaeologists, and these are the part of the small things that still you can see at the former sea.
In the Aral Desert, these medieval remains lie beside others, bearing witness to the last retreat of the sea in the 20th century. Selim is a child of the 1980s and has been a direct witness of the spectacular phenomenon of desertification. Unexpectedly, he realized that the catastrophe had become a central theme of his activity as a guide. The ships washed up in the desert have become a must-see for tourists and are featured amongst the stops he organizes on his tours of the region.
The tourists, they really like to see, and they come only to see the ship graveyard, these old shipwrecks.
These unmoving silhouettes illustrate the intensity of maritime activity here only a few decades ago.
Around Aralsk in the early 60s, there were about 100 fishing boats like this. This room used to be a captain's room, and here you see you still can the chain, which is used for wheels. And from here you could ride the boat. This is the anchor of the ship that you can see behind me. And I can imagine that here the depth of the sea was about 17 meters, because the length of the anchor chain is about 51 meters. So usually the chain is used 3 times longer than the depth of the sea, where the usually ship is parked. This boat is special because it's one of the examples of the complete ship, because it's very remote from a city, so people don't come to cut it. Nowadays, most of the ships are cut into small pieces and taken away by the locals, just to sell it as a scrap metal.
Soon, Selim will perhaps no longer have a ship graveyard to take visitors to. The rusty skeletons of the ships, the last signs of the presence of the sea, are slowly vanishing. The shells that still carpet the soil are being slowly covered by sand, and this desert will look like many others. But has the water disappeared forever from these vast plains? If the sea returned after past periods of dryness, why isn't it possible now? In fact, in the middle of these arid plains, water is sometimes not very far off.
I just would like to draw your attention for such a vegetation. It's Phragmites australis, reeds. Reeds is an evidence of water. And according to historic literature, travelers here in medieval time even observed waterfalls. And this small amount of vegetation is an evidence that if you will start to dig a well here, it will be the source of water. And if you will go along these cliffs, you could find about 20 places with water. The western coast of Large Aral is donating water via underground sources, and this is quite nice because we have no riverine water for Large Aral. Might be underground water will support it.
Even if they don't refill the Great Aral Sea once more, these underground sources could be of precious help in preserving what remains of wild local animal life.
Watering spots such as this are vital places for animals to come and drink. In this part of the desert, there are 3 springs like this. Large mammals, like wild donkeys, gazelles or antelope, come here for water. The water allows oases of vegetation, and good grass is found there, which creates favorable conditions for animals.
So it's in this region that the animals that once populated the natural reserve of Bassa Kelmis have taken refuge. This reserve was situated on an island in the middle of the Aral Sea. As these pictures from 1963 show, water surrounded the coasts and wildlife was abundant there. A few decades later, the landscape is no longer the same, as Kochal Beck, assistant director of the reserve, can see.
Before the island of Barsakelmes was surrounded by water, the sea was there just below. The depth of the sea along this coast varied from 16 to 24 meters.
Nowadays, Barsakelmes is an arid, lifeless promontory in the middle of the steppe. After the sea dried up, the animals went 100 kilometers away to where waterholes were created from underground springs. It was there in 2005 a new natural reserve was created.
Since then, we've been taking action to protect and monitor the wildlife. We've also taken steps to ensure the animals aren't disturbed. Now, within the perimeter of the reserve, we've counted 28 species of mammals. And the flora is also returning, with over 300 species of plants. The region also has 41,000 hectares of Saxal forest. All that is within the reserve territory, away from human populations and sheltered from any threat. So these spaces have taken up a cycle of natural development once more.
Kochal Beck is regularly in the field to ensure the balance of the ecosystem.
We systematically examine the plants which are part of the food supply of the herbivores. These seem healthy with no disease or parasites.
Teams from the natural reserve go out each month to count the most emblematic species of the region. These expeditions require several nights bivouacking in the middle of the desert, several days away from base. At this post, lost in the middle of the steppe, the men take turns to study the movements of the Hermiones, a rare species of wild donkey.
Yesterday we saw some over there. There, not very far off. There were 17 head with 5 mares. They went off that way.
Then they were quite close. Yes, really, not very far, about 300 meters off.
They might be over there.
It often takes entire days of searching to find these wild Asian donkeys classed among the species in danger of extinction. After the drying up of the sea, there were only 50 Hermione in the region at the start of the 1980s. Now, thanks to the creation of the reserve of Kaskakulan, there are more than 500 wild donkeys, and their population is continuing to increase. One might think that it's just a small victory faced with the immensity of this catastrophe, but it's also the sign that humanity can contribute to new natural balances and repair at least part of what it has destroyed. These spaces where wildlife has reappeared are a challenge thrown out to the surrounding desert. All over the world, fertile land is vanishing, swallowed up by the desert. Africa has felt the full force of this. In a century, the Sahara has moved south by 250 kilometers over a front of 6,000 kilometers. The land has become sterile and the population has had to flee.
In the 1950s, there was nothing here like that. The dune was 300 meters off. This land was all cultivated. Now you can see the dune. It's 18 meters high, up to the date palm.
In Morocco and Senegal, a stubborn and decisive struggle is being fought against desertification.
The oases all form an ecological barrier between the Great Desert and the Mediterranean. That makes them of global ecological importance. If this ecosystem is ever destroyed, the desertification will move north and affect all of Europe.
We must win back land from the desert. The objective is to reconquer 817,500 hectares of land. To do that, we decided to build a Great Green Wall, putting in place 1.7 million to 2 million plants every year to retake strips of desert.
The Sahara, immense, extends over the territory of 10 states, from the Atlantic Ocean to the Red Sea. In the north, it reaches the Mediterranean, and in the south, it is bordered by the Sahel, a semi-arid region that then becomes tropical Africa. The Sahara wasn't always inhospitable desert. In the mountain range of Enedi in northern Chad, Yves Gautier, once a research director for the CNRS, is listing the rock art sites that tell of a very different past from today.
Once the Sahara wasn't as arid as we see it to be now. During the Holocene epoch, 6,000 to 8,000 years ago, the climate was much more humid, and some people even talk of a green Sahara. Well, it probably wasn't as green as it is in the tropics. More probably it was a savanna with a lot of animal life, but it certainly wasn't at all like we see it nowadays. Yes, it's a bit of a rough ride, but you see it's worth it once you get up there. There are some fine things.
At the sight of this petrified landscape, it's hard to believe that this was once a verdant Eden, a magnificent savanna with many trees where wildlife was varied and plentiful.
This is one of about 800 shelters I've found in Enedi, and the walls display a message. You see the presence of cattle, which shows these people were herders.
There we can see hunters.
Yes, we can see their bows quite clearly, but what we can add is that while they were animal farmers, they were also always hunters. For their arrows, they seem to have used arrowheads of this type. You see, there are several examples which come mainly from deserts, from different Saharan countries, Mauritania, Libya, Algeria, and sometimes they're found in huge numbers, which shows how important hunting was at the time. They hunted all kinds of animals, including elephants, aurochs, small antelopes, and even birds. This shows that the desert was occupied for thousands of years, practically continually. This is in striking contrast to the present situation, where the Sahara is all but deserted.
If someone had said to the people who lived here just a few thousand years ago, which is as much as to say yesterday, that the region would become a desert of stone and sand, it's a safe bet they wouldn't have believed it. But the desert is there, and it is advancing.
The pens which are around us, like this one, are scattered around a promontory. A likely hypothesis is that the herders settled here at a time when the lake surrounded the promontory like a peninsula. It's an idea which has to be proved, but what we can imagine, and what these pens certainly show, is that the people were herders, but their way of life included fishing. They used the lake as well as the cattle to feed themselves.
The cave paintings show in drawings the daily life led by the people who painted them in red ochre. There are portraits of their game animals, descriptions of their hunts. If Yves Gautier has found fishing scenes, these prove that there were many lakes in this region of the ancient Sahara.
Hassan, you take the right and I'll take the left, okay?
Okay, that'll work.
Hassan! Wow, that's great. One, two small boats and a hippo. Hassan, a bit more to the left. There, that's good. Like that, that's perfect.
In this cave sheltered the fishermen and their small boats drawn on the rock.
It's a little astonishing to find boats in this shelter today, especially when we look around at this totally arid context. 8,000 to 10,000 years ago, the lake was much larger. You can see here that it came some distance, a few hundred meters from here.
But that's amazing, the size. It was 20 times bigger than it is now.
Here on the iPad, there's a whole series of satellite images which show clearly how Lake Chad has changed since the 1960s, and you can see, as the images progress, how the lake shrinks.
Do you think the lake will just go?
Will it disappear?
Yes.
Well, you see, if the climate continues to get warmer, like we're seeing now, it's very likely that in a decade or two, the lake will have completely vanished.
Do you think Chad will be entirely desert?
Well, unfortunately, we fear that if the climate continues to develop in the way it's doing now, it's very likely the southern part of Chad will become a desert.
Some experts predict that if Lake Chad disappears, the whole region will look like this. 20 million people will have to move into exile. Several thousand kilometers from there, in the northwest, the Great Lakes which feed the oases of southern Morocco are, as well, drying up.
$12.50. Here we're in a basin where one of the Great Lakes is found, and which was once full of water. It was between 3 and 5 meters deep where I'm now sitting. Now it's dry, the main reason being drought and especially evaporation. Meteorological forecasts for this part of Morocco predict an increase in temperatures between 0.6 and 1 degree Celsius. So that rise is an additional pressure upon water resources which are already precarious and in a fragile state.
Desert rains are unpredictable. Not a drop will fall for months, sometimes for several years, and suddenly a deluge will fall for hours.
The lake is now 100% full. That's thanks to the 3 last floods that the lake is full up to this level. But I took a photo before that here. I'll show you it. And the lake was dry.
3 days of torrential rain have refilled the lake.
Do you see where it goes to? It's one of these floods that filled the lake.
In some regions of the Sahara, the rains are so violent that they lead to dramatic events. In December 2014, more rain fell here in a few hours than normally falls in an entire year. The Wadi brutally burst their banks, and more than 30 people were carried away and drowned. It caused hundreds of millions of euros of material damage. Thousands of houses were destroyed, roads were cut, and the electricity network severely damaged. This calamity struck an area where resources are rare. All year long, southern Morocco suffers from chronic thirst, and when the long-awaited rains finally arrive, it's a disaster. This water, which could have been providential, was lost and served no purpose other than to create fresh ravines in a landscape that had already suffered. Over the last few years, a number of rainwater reservoirs have been built to create reserves. 400 kilometers of additional channels have been added to the existing 1,000 kilometers. Recovering all available water and giving it to the population is decisive for the survival of the oases. For some of them, it is already too late. Professor Lassane Kabiri has come to the ruin of the oasis where he grew up.
There were date palms at least 15 meters high. It was all densely green here, with thousands of date palms, women everywhere, and children playing. I'm reminded of things because I was born here. It was my palm grove.
In the recent past, nearly 200 families lived here and harvested dates. The palm trees have died of thirst, life has died out, and the desert has won again. Because they all tried to go it alone, the farmers have dug their own grave.
One of the 200 wells which were dug here in the palm grove and which pumped water, each one for intensive farming. To start with, that worked. There was water, and then it ran out. Here you can see the roots of the date palm which sought out the groundwater. Motorized pumping drained the groundwater, so automatically the date palm will die.
The chain of oases formed a barrier which for a long time stopped the desert. The loss of traditional values of mutual aid combined with a lack of water led to the end of a number of oases. The barrier fell and the desert swept through the breaches. Mohamed Bagwadi, project coordinator for the Southern Oasis program, has made some alarming findings.
How did this happen?
First, there was the drought, then the sand came. You see, the palm trees are dead. They're broken.
And before?
Before, the dates were plentiful. There was water, and we lived well.
How many people were living here?
At the start of the 70s, 100 families. Now there are 4.
Where did they go to?
They went to work at Agadir, the big towns.
You're from here, from Tonzida. Tell me about this school.
In the 90s, there were over 25 students. Now you see there are only 4. In this house, there are still people living. The others are all empty. As you can see, there's practically no one left in the village.
And this house?
No one in that one. The same for that one, that one. They're all gone.
The decline of the southern oases was also caused by the abandonment of ancestral irrigation techniques used in desert areas of North Africa and the Middle East. The first oasis dwellers found their water in the melting snow of the Atlas Mountains by building networks of underground drainage channels called Qattara. Without maintenance, many of these channels blocked up, and now the water from the Atlas Mountains doesn't arrive. Professor Mohamed Madan is actively campaigning for the repair of the irrigation system.
Just where we are here, there's a field of ketera of over 12 kilometers. You can even see it by satellite. These keteras were dug several centuries ago and allowed the irrigation of the palm groves below them.
Most of these underground channels were dug 3 centuries ago. The oldest are over 3,000 years old. If they are regularly cleaned and consolidated where necessary, they still irrigate parcels of land.
These cones are earth which has been pulled out of the underground drainage gallery. This happens during the digging and cleaning of the gallery, and they also allow aeration and sunlight to penetrate during collective work of cleaning and digging.
These earth wells are access points and aeration vents.
The ketera system was abandoned in several places for several reasons, not just the natural effect of drought, but also through human factors like urbanization. There's also intensive pumping, and also young people who no longer wish to work in the ancestral system. As well as that, sand clogged up the catchment zones.
These channels are the underground foundations of the rampart raised against the desert.
The sand has to be cleaned out of the ketera. The stones need to be removed and the aeration wells reopened, which is what we're doing in several villages. We're cleaning out the ketera. Work started 3 days ago.
And it's about how many meters?
In this well, about 18 meters.
Descending over 18 meters in a well that is only 1 meter wide is impressive. Lassen prefers to let Mohamed Madan, who is used to this, lead the way.
Just here, there's only about 20 centimeters of water. But when there's a good flow, the water can get up to here, about the height of a man. Here, if there are floods or rains, the water can rise back to its usual level. This work was done with rudimentary tools. They didn't have dynamite or explosives, just picks and shovels like they did before.
And this goes on for?
It goes on for 3.5 kilometers. The objective of my research is to convince the farmers and the oasis dwellers to maintain this system and get water without attacking nature. It's adapted to the oasis system, adapted to the climate, and adapted to work because it's collective labour which gives the right to irrigation water. Each farmer has water rights. When their rights are due, they open their stream to irrigate their field, and when their right is up, they close the stream so as to pass rights on to the next farmer.
So an oasis is part of an ecosystem, of which the date palm forms the main structure. It plays the role of sunshade in relation to all the other plantations, which it protects during the day from the sun. The other plants capture humidity, which they give up during the night to the date palm.
A date palm produces over 100 tons of vegetation during its life. This material forms humus, which is vital to cultivation. It also produces 25 kilos of dates collected by the women, sugar-rich fruit which contain many vitamins and mineral salts. It also offers wood for building and for wickerwork. Finally, it provides a magnificent sunshade in the shade of which all the other plants grow.
This is a field of lucerne. These are red peppers. That's fig. This is parsley, cabbages, carrots, and turnips.
Traditional oases were places for subsistence farming, survival-level farming, which had a role a few decades ago, but nowadays the young people of the South don't easily accept a life with no other perspective than a difficult existence with low income. The rise in popularity of the caper, which had fallen from favor as a condiment, recent interest for argan oil used in cosmetics, the revaluing of Barbary figs or the honey of wild bees, as well as the fashion for organic henna and modern irrigation techniques, open up new perspectives.
In order for people to stay in the oasis, they must develop a market economy. It's not like before, when they work just to survive. Right now, farmers are developing products with added value so as to earn money and to remain here. Otherwise, people will leave the oasis and the desert will move in.
Nowadays, the oases are cultivating a lot of organic henna and irrigating with drip feed systems, which are costly to install but economic to use.
It's true that henna is a plant that uses a lot of water, but we're seeking a compromise between a product which sells well and the available water in the oasis. How are you? Are prices good this year?
They're better. The last 2 years, prices have risen between 50 and 60%.
In spite of its high price, organic henna is more and more sought after. In cosmetics, to make skin beautiful by softening it, for cleaning the skin, dyeing hair, or to decorate hands and feet with temporary tattoos. Oasis dwellers have understood that to survive, they must cultivate acclimatized plants which have a niche market. Convinced by this efficient strategy, coastal oases are developing Barbary fig farming, which is also an attractive product.
Here we're at a place which is worth the journey. It's a 900-meter-high mountain with a real ocean of greenery right in the middle of the desert. On the other hand, to get to this, it isn't easy. In the center of the desert, there's less than 100 millimeters of rainfall a year. But there's a forest of greenery here. The cactus captures humidity from the air, which comes from the sea. The sea is 20 kilometers away. Humidity rises and comes here. The cactus has tiny pores which can open, and these allow the cactus to suck in the water.
Today, this unloved plant with a terrible reputation is being rediscovered as a present from nature, and we still don't know everything it can bring us.
With this cactus, you can really do anything, because firstly, it's wood. You can use it to cook with, and it has enormous potential as animal fodder. As for the fruit, there are a lot of interesting things for human nutrition. Jams and nectar can be made, and you can eat the fruit. The cactus is also precious because of its mineral content. There's 60% of omega-6, which has anti-aging properties.
The plantations are multiplying as the virtues of the Barbary fig become known. Because of this cactus, entire areas of previously sterile hills are becoming green.
Is it because of the cactus that all these plants are growing back?
Yes, in this place there was nothing. It was like the hill in front. But when we put the cactus here, the forest regrew. This plant wasn't here before. Now it's everywhere. This is called rhubarb. This beside it is swell, damos, and shuato.
When you plant cactus, as it spreads out, it gives shade to other plants, so they proliferate around it. And when you have plants, you get animal life. A whole chain, a whole ecosystem appears where there was nothing.
Bringing plants to the coastal area of southern Morocco is vital. Immense quantities of sand, thrown up by rivers and streams, are left by the ocean on the shore. This sand, carried by the wind blowing in from offshore, creates the dunes which feed the desert.
There are dunes like this one which have moved 300 kilometers from the coast to the desert over thousands of years.
In the far south of Morocco, the coastal town of Tafaya is at the center of one of the most powerful wind systems of the Sahara. The ocean winds join with the winds of the desert and form giant dunes with bases of more than 800 meters in diameter.
The dunes can be divided into two types. These huge dunes, which are rare and are called megabarkans, which move between 3 and 6 meters every year, and these little dunes, which move 25 to 30 meters a year.
The little dunes, shaped like a crescent moon, can join up and form a chain known as an erg. The migration of sand from the coast to the interior is so strong that the coastal road is often submerged. Traffic has to halt.
You can see that National Route 1 has been covered by sand. That signpost is completely buried. This is the rest of the road, covered by sand.
The coastal road is vital for the south. Every morning, digging machines go back to work at an endless task. Many dwellings at Tafaya have been invaded. Their doors are blocked, their doorframes stuck, the walls themselves attacked. The sand affects all of the town's infrastructure. A few hundred kilometers to the northwest, the town of Mohammed, close to the Algerian border, is trying desperately to survive the onslaught which has already destroyed half of its houses. Like many of his neighbors, Slimane has had to move several times to escape being buried.
There were people here before. The sand buried the houses and they had to move. This is the house where we used to live. This was the room where we slept. This was the kitchen. Through there, the staircase. And this was the way in. This was the front door of the house. The sound has buried everything. There's 2 to 3 meters in these rooms. People try to escape, but the sand catches up.
At Mohammed, the wind is a little less violent than at Tafaya, but it blows more than 300 days every year.
This house may collapse because of the storms. The people are scared, so they're sleeping in a tent. It takes 2 days of storm for the sand to get to here. Just 2 days. The sand wind follows us from down there right up to here. That's what made this wall collapse. The whole village is under threat. These sandstorms will end up by forcing us all to leave.
This is the door of Slimane's last house. How long will he be able to live here?
The sand has followed us here. It invades where we live. It follows us everywhere. The sand has blocked my door. We can't get into our house. We clear it away every day, but the sand has beaten us.
Many places have become ghost towns. A rain of sand falls night and day, stifling all life. The villages drown one by one and the desert advances, inexorably submerging everything. A technique known as palm squares has proved effective. In front of a zone that needs to be protected, fences of palms planted in a square are placed in the direction from which the dominant wind blows. The palms reduce wind speed without causing whirlwinds and stop the sand, which is carried to ground level, falls, and then gathers there before reaching the protected zone.
The sand advances 19 meters every year. Against this invasion, there are two methods which work here. We fight using palm squares with the leaves of date palms, but these squares can only resist for 10 years. Besides that, we try to plant tamaris using ceramic pots, because the pot retains humidity, and so the cuttings can grow to form a large tree, which will stop the sand. Like that, we are making a green belt, which will resist longer.
Maintaining the palm squares needs a lot of labor, and when returns from agriculture are small, the oasis dwellers give up. At the Architectural School of Rabat, architect Carlos Perez Martin is looking for an alternative.
Here we've tried everything to hold back the sand, whether it be corrugated panels, wooden stakes with nets, palms, even earth walls. We've seen that the solutions offered by agricultural engineers don't work.
Up till now, the sand has overcome every obstacle placed in its way. But Carlos Perez Martin hasn't given up.
The objective is to establish a system with barricades placed on the terrain with a rounded form so as to adapt to the shape of the dunes on a giant scale. This giant scale will also allow us to put apartments inside. Since the dunes rise to 7 or 8 meters, we'll need 3-story buildings with very narrow alleys and small patios. This is just to protect against the heat.
Like everywhere else, industrially produced breeze blocks, easy and quick to put in place, have replaced traditional construction techniques. The architect's idea is to build in a way inspired by the old buildings by using earth. To benefit from the shade of the palm trees, the dwellings should be put back in the heart of the palm grove as they once were.
This kind of urbanization is nothing new. It's the traditional way of living in a palm grove. Living inside is always more pleasant than living outside, where the palms provide no protection.
A field of small barken dunes, very like those which threaten the oases, offers an ideal site to test under real conditions.
We're trying one of the reduced barriers with a rounded earth wall so that we can see how the dune behaves. This allows us to study whether the dune will really stop or move off to one side. And finally, if we could construct living spaces inside it. Our architect, Magnus Larsson, proposed working with bacteria to solidify the grains of sand. Once they're solidified, we can start to work from an architectural point of view so that we can make a living space for people.
At Tafaya, the local authorities have launched a last chance program.
كما ترون فإن تحط على المدينة طرفايا.
Here at Tafaya, 800,000 tons of sand come from the ocean and fall on the town every year. You see here the wall which was built to stop the sand. It needs to be 6 meters high. Before this wall was here, the sand caused health and breathing problems for the population.
هناك الرمال تمر فوق الحائط وتسبب في أمراض صحية كمشاكل التنفس.
To stabilize the sand, we use plants which adapt well to the climate here.
And what plants are you using?
90% are tafa.
155,000 hectares have already been planted. The tafa must survive winds of over 50 kilometers.
Can you give me an idea of how old these trees are?
These trees are about 3 years old and they'll grow to 2.5 meters high. Thanks to this, we've managed to reduce sand encroachment of the town infrastructure by 80%.
The project is to double plantation surface every 2 years, but the cost is so high as to be out of reach for the very poor southern oases. Does this mean giving up before the desert? The Pan-African Great Green Wall project to stop drying up of the Sahel was launched in 2005. It meant to reforest a 15-kilometer wide band from Djibouti in the north of Senegal over a length of 7,600 kilometers. Up until now, only Senegal has really committed itself to this huge project. The Sahel zone is an intensive mobile grazing territory for vast herds of cattle, sheep and goats. In the dry season, the animals graze the little grass that subsists. While waiting for regrowth in the rainy season, which only lasts 2 months, the soil, completely bare, has no protection.
Well, here you are. The seasonal problem. A month ago, everything was dry. No grass, the ground was cracked and very dry. One night of rain, and the way is blocked, the road's blocked. The paradox of desert areas.
The violence of the rainstorms might fool us. But in fact, the amount of rain that falls annually is low, sometimes very low. The rain falls on hot ground, which increases evaporation. Finally, like in South Morocco, the rainfall is very irregular. In some villages, large reservoirs have been built to recover the rainwater. In the dry season, these are supplied by wells which reach the groundwater, but there are far from enough of these.
Today there's only one cart, but a few months ago there were 40 or so come to get water to supply all the villages. It's always a great surprise after 6 months of recording, and then there's the result, a radical change in the landscape and the environment. 6 months of a totally desert environment, and then after the rain of these last few days, the landscape becomes completely verdant.
The rainy season is the only time during which the Great Green Wall can be extended.
These are plants that don't get watered. They have to be planted when it's wet because when it's dry, it's too late. And we've a lot of area to cover. In a month, we should have finished planting the area.
These young trees, very tender, are delicacies for the herds, and all the animals want to eat them.
This barbed wire is to protect the plantations. We're in a grazing zone where there are thousands of head of cattle. Without the fencing, they'd graze on anything that was planted. It's an area where there are only herders, practically no farmers. These are herders who are becoming more and more sedentary. Half of them live all around the parcels of land. It's them that keep watch over the land, because they know they'll need grass in the dry season. When grass becomes rare, there's only these parcels of land where you can find something for the animals. The zone was relatively arid with advanced deforestation. When you think what it was like 5 years ago when we started up, and you look at it now and see what it's become, it's relatively encouraging. We have to plant a distance of 545 kilometers. That 545 kilometers won't just be one plant after another. We'll plant them in groves. This is Acacia nilotica. We've planted all kinds of acacia this year. 1.72 million plants. That's enormous.
Here we are in one of the oldest plantations making up the Great Green Wall. After 8 years, we have plantations of this type of tree, which is particularly adapted to drought conditions. These trees were also chosen because they're used by the local population. For example, Acacia Senegal, which makes acacia gum, which is used in pharmaceuticals, as well as other trees like the balanites, which the local people use for medicine or food. These properties make the local populations conserve the plantations in the long term.
Overall, the herders have respected the enclosures, even if, here and there, starving cattle have made a few holes in the fence. Traditional burn-offs to encourage regrowth have been forbidden. A firebreak has been made around each parcel. Thus protected, the ecosystem is reborn. Migrating birds return in masses, particularly in the rainy season. About 20% of the trees planted don't grow, but that's an acceptable percentage in an arid region. The Great Green Wall Agency has 7 nurseries where thousands of trees await planting. However, scientists would like to improve the resistance of the young plants. They're betting upon recent experiments which have already worked in laboratories.
Here are the acacias which are due to be planted on the site of the Great Green Wall. To help them to grow and adapt to a relatively hostile environment in a few months, where they won't get a drop of water for 10 months, we're giving them a partner. It's a mushroom which will help them to resist these adverse conditions for the 10 months to come.
The mushroom that we eat is only the visible part. Its filaments develop under the ground over very large areas.
The mushroom, as it develops, will establish a sort of web in the soil which allows a liaison and interactions between different plants. Trees and herbaceous plants are more easily able to exchange nutriments between different sorts of plants. Right now, however, the use of the mushroom is limited to a few parcels of land. And in the short term, our objective is to produce enough of these mushrooms industrially to use them on a large scale over large sections of the Great Green Wall. Right, we're going to take the plants from these 2 lots treated with the mushrooms.
Preliminary tests have shown that plant mushroom symbiosis multiplies the survival rate of young trees by 4. Now the experiments are facing the challenge of the field. A lot of herders have settled in the areas around the Great Green Wall. Forest rangers work with them to recruit the labor force they occasionally need and to collect information, especially about what they feel.
This project started here 8 years ago. Do you find things are positive or negative?
What I want to pass on is that I'm just looking to work. But when this project offers work for several months and you leave behind your sheep and goats and donkeys, you work hard, and at the end of the month you're not paid, and then this goes on for 5 or 6 months. Is there any point in working?
If you say you haven't been paid, it's because the money isn't in the treasury. Other people and other projects have used it. But when the money comes in, you'll be paid.
In spite of recurrent funding problems which have upset payments of promised wages, the herders have become more sedentary over the last few years. Those who are nomadic come back to the country in the rainy season. Herding products are still an essential part of local resources. At the market of Bidou, held every Tuesday, goats, sheep and cattle are sold. While the Great Green Wall has been built to hold back the sand, the intention is also to fight against poverty and diversify revenue sources for the local population. The creation of gardens helps.
These spaces are reserved for women who use them for market gardening and horticulture. They gain revenue from that, and that diversifies work. Already they say it's changing food habits. It's not like before. In some areas, because they're nomadic, the children can't attend school. When we started to act here, people started to settle down. And the school which was here reopened because the young people who once moved the animals for grazing stayed here.
The Great Green Wall. Show me what's good and what's not good. Okay, children, what isn't good?
Desert. Fire.
No water.
Those working on the Great Green Wall are not limiting themselves to restoring the ecosystem, they're also taking care of people.
This is not just an ecological project. The Great Green Wall will have an impact in transforming the environment, which will have an effect on health. For example, in providing a much more diverse and rich food supply that is much better for today's population. And on the other hand, with the water that will come along with the wall, we could have infectious diseases developing.
The observatory, run by anthropologist Gilles Butch, records changes, anticipates problems, and measures the efficiency of health and sanitation action in the field.
In this notebook, we have the figures over 3 years of the frequency of malaria. We can see a very big fall, thanks to the release of impregnated mosquitoes. Senegal is absolutely exemplary, since it's managed to link the agency which plants the trees and the scientists which monitor all the modifications which come with that. Perhaps it's a shame that Senegal is the only pioneer, and the others have difficulty following this example. But it has to be said that the Sahara is a war zone, and I think that starting from Senegal, we will convince the others to build this Great Green Wall.
We're not yet in the desert. We're at the edge, in the Sahel. We have to ensure that desertification doesn't come to the lands of the Sahel. And that's the fight we're in. There are no utopias. When the whole population of an area are on the move, we have to try something to keep them in place. And that's the challenge.
The Oasis program in Morocco and the Great Green Wall of Senegal show that the retreat of fertile land can be stopped. It's not just a question of reconquering lost ground, but fighting to ensure that reconquered desert land is viable. This fight is everyone's business. If it is lost, millions of climate refugees will swell the desperate crowds beating on the doors of Europe.